So, in theory, should be live now. And, well, hold on a second. That ain't right. Let me... Hold on. YouTube is fighting me already. Always seems to happen, I swear. Yeah, I'm not even showing that I'm live right now. Let me see what's going on here. YouTube, my guys, what are you doing to me? Yeah, I'm actually not showing up as live. There we go. Okay, I think I have managed to figure that problem out. We shall see if anybody hops in. I don't know what was up with YouTube side on that. I want to double check something. Give me just a second here while I look this over and check on the settings here, because it seems like, for whatever reason... Yeah, I think I might be in a bit of trouble with YouTube. I think that might be what's going on here. I specifically have to go through my own system to even get anything here. There we go. And hopefully... I will actually be able to get someone in here to ask a question. I'm hoping it's going to be like Rigid or Richard, because they are usually pretty reliable on the topic here. Can I... There we go. Put that out there as well. Sorry about that. Again, it seems to be, from the best I can tell... if I can't even go to my own channel and figure out where I'm at, whether I'm live or not, I'm not sure how reliable I can be on anything right now. Yeah, YouTube is actually giving me a lot of, Alright. I was actually watching another stream in the meantime. You take priority though. Thank you, Rigid. I have to ask, were you able to join in via the YouTube feed, like the subscription feed or anything like that? Or did you have to follow the link that I put out on Discord or Twitter? Because I actually can't even find my own stream on my YouTube channel, and that's kind of giving me red flags about YouTube possibly not being too happy with me at the moment. That was I was actually just trying to figure that out on my back end without having to show my my monitor again. Because as much as I'm sure people like seeing people mess with their back end, this isn't that kind of stream. Anyways, yeah, it looked okay, I was on your sub feed after... Yeah, I still... Like, even right now, if I go to my channel... Yeah, this current video is still showing up, on at least for my end, as unlisted. And it shouldn't be. None of the settings say as such. And even when I go through right now and double check on that, it's not supposed to be unlisted. So, hopefully it's just a my end issue. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on YouTube's naughty list again. If I recall in a recent video, I know I probably irritated YouTube based on a couple of words I said. Particularly about my own family, but, you know, any algorithmic pickups are going to be what they're going to be.
It was definitely smashed to bitter green last time.
I think you mean smithereens. Why are you so shocked? If you prefer it that way, I'd be happy to do something about it.
Oh yeah, wasn't this the one that, yeah, Ieyasu's place, at the very beginning, what's her name, the little child, dropped in on this and tore it apart.
Nothing for me. voice. I hear it directly inside my mind. Head Magistrate Joe Doe, is that you?
You got it! So pleased you remember me. I'd welcome you to New Udo Castle, but you betrayed Lord Mugai.
Did you know the truth about Opener and what Mugai was doing all along?
Obviously. I had the magistrates, don't I? I'm not an expendable nobody like you.
You can't talk to my brother like that! You big
Wasn't he also a magistrate? So although he leads them and he's the head of them, it kind of seems unnecessary to say that your other magistrates are still nobodies. By the structured ladder ideology that implies, it would mean that he's also a nobody as long as he's talking to somebody higher up, and that's really no way to get successful anywhere.
My foresight can't help.
Thank you so very much for that kind yet useless introduction. It's just what I'd expect of a worthless underling.
Oh, sorry about that. Hold on.
Speaking of which, this is the perfect opportunity for you to fight my underlings. I've got box seats for the match.
Here they come!
I'm sorry about that. I took a drink of some lemonade and the acid just like, I inhaled that or something. It's like how views on my videos and shorts show up on YouTube Studio long before they actually show up under the actual video. For example, showing under the video as 20 when it's 200. As long as I'm showing up, that could very well be a similar example to what's going on. I know with YouTube's system for counting views and things like that, when there is a huge surplus when a video just goes live, it actually, from what I understand, holds a portion as sort of a quick review to make sure that they're real and valid views, especially if they are spiked outside of the oh my god. Outside of the range of what they consider to be normal for the specific channel. But this is also why sometimes you'll load into a big major channel and you'll see like 4 views, 20 likes, and like 12 comments. The numbers don't add up, and that's because on their back end they're trying to figure out what is real and what isn't, and it all gets processed at a different rate. Alright, let's see how many of these I can clear out in one major turn. Alright, I think for her standard basic form skill, she needs to be back a little bit. It's been a while since I've played this. The last time I sat down to do a stream... Oh my god, not the start to the stream I expected for me to be talking about my throat, as it were. Anyways... The last time I sat down to do a stream, I actually sat down at my computer, I turned the game on, I was waiting for a nice round time to start up. I think I was like 12 minutes out or something like that to the top of the hour or the half hour or whatever. But I'm sitting there, I'm waiting, and I had put it out, don't contact me unless it's an emergency, as I tend to do when I do these live streams. And I got a message from, again, before it was my uncle, but same family, but the aunt this time. I get a message that my grandfather, for a little bit of an insight as to how my family is set up, I'm at one house, kitty corner to me across the road is my grandfather. He has security cameras on his place as well. And because he is elderly and doesn't quite know how to function all of that stuff himself, my aunts all have mobile, my aunts and his one son, my one uncle, they all have access, and my mother, all have access to his security system from their mobile device. And my aunt sends me a message that my grandfather... Will that reach anybody else? Not really. Alright, what if I change this up?
Here it comes!
Man, can't even reach them anyways. Alright, so I'm just going to call that the end of the turn. Anyways, I got a message that...
Nice!
What was the... Wow, I am so out of practice for this game. I got a message that my grandfather had fallen and they needed me to go check up on him to make sure everything was good. And when I went over there, it was basically my other aunt was on her way up to visit with him. And there was just a period of time where nobody was over there and they didn't want to leave him alone, having just dealt with the fall. There we go. Anyways, so yeah, they wanted me to sit with him for that, like, about hour and a half before my other aunt got up there. She ran a little late due to traffic. So anyways, it was just a situation where by the time everything was squared away, my grandfather's just fine, by the way. The fall didn't do any serious damage. He did kind of scuff up his hands and his arms a little bit, but he caught himself on the fall, didn't hit his head, so he was just fine on all of that. But, you know, it's a serious issue when his wife passed relatively recently from a fall, and the man is, like, I think he's like 93 years old. He's getting pretty close to 95, I know that much. So it was all a big worry, and hey, just sit with your grandfather, make sure he's good, make sure he's safe. And by the time all of that was wrapped up, it was much later than I wanted to start a stream, and then it was just like, man, do I, after being so ramped up dealing with my grandfather, do I even want to go live? And I just didn't. So I do apologize for that. And then in the interim between, it's just been a lot of, you know, life happened. I set a time aside to do something, life happened, and then I had to wait for life to slow down a little bit to come back. I didn't actually know that about the view count thing. Yeah, the interesting thing about it is YouTube is cracking down heavily on what they count as views and what they don't. And it's been a thing that they're constantly changing and altering. There are major YouTubers who are like massively successful at playing and gaming the system. And if you follow them via other channels and other means, you can actually quite often... Can I move her? No, I actually think I need to go this way for what I want to have happen. Yeah, that'll hit all three. Okay, or all two of them. Anyways, if you follow them on other, like when they go on for podcasts and things, every so often you'll have people ask them about how they play the system, how they get inside information, the people they know. They will slowly, you can start to accumulate a lot of this back-end information, and unfortunately, it's not always like one-to-one how it's given, so sometimes they will say things and you have to infer a little bit because they're very much trying to not say certain things, and that probably has a lot to do with either protecting, you know, their trade system, or I don't know why that animation caught me weird out of the corner of my eye. Anyway, so a lot of this is you have to pick up on things outside of the fact, and you will eventually start to realize that for a lot of these systems, it's warp. Can I? Oh, I bet if I place people on those, they can't summon anyone, and that'll end the level, right? Yeah, I'm gonna give that a shot. Also, Hegon is in rough shape. Let's walk her back.
Show me what you got.
I got this, dude!
There we go. And I think a lot of the other characters, yeah, I put some levels into a couple of people. Anyways.
Here it comes!
The whole YouTube backend stuff is a lot of following much larger influential people and trying to see what they'll put out for the masses and do what you can with the information. Obviously, knowing about it is only a portion of the equation. You've got to be in a position to make effective use of that information. And unfortunately, I can't keep up with the demands of YouTube to make effective use of any of this information and grow my channel the way that people who would be able to use it more effectively are able to. Hold on. Might need to see if I need to deal with my dog. Alright, I'm sorry about that. We're back. Seeing an older family member fall down is always stressful. Yeah, there are things about that I actually get. How do I want to say this? Can I not? Oh, I attack the panels. That's actually a lot easier. That's way easier, actually. Alright, there we go. Deal with those. Anyways, there are issues around that topic that I thought it was going to be continuous. Was I not supposed to?
Impressive.
Well, okay.
You do possess 5 of
I
the
will
fountains.
say what I was going to say
The
after this
numbers
cutscene.
alone won't beat
We'll
you.
catch up on the story.
Of course these chumps aren't gonna beat us. What kind of fools do you think we are?
Give a demon a compliment, and it goes straight to his head. Perhaps a glimpse of my true power will show you how superior I am.
Your true power, huh?
Lord Mughal himself taught me the art of sorcery. It's a forbidden practice that gnaws at an enemy's soul.
Ha! Sounds fun. Gonna try it out? You won't even show yourself. You think your attack can hurt me?
I'll begin by tormenting your soul. Are you ready for it? Boom!
Alright, now we're back into that area where Fuji grew up
Why
at.
am I in the hot springs?
At least I think that's what they implied.
Enough of your naivety. You aren't conscious enough of your demonic nature.
I can't stop my thoughts. How am I supposed to do that?
No, YouTube just went down on that. Let me try that again. Let me correct that.
From back then?
There we go.
What the hell is this?
Alright. As they say in G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. Don't worry, I'm not quite that old. This is Cope. I am that old. I remember. Okay, I didn't watch the old G.I. Joe, the 80s G.I. Joe cartoon when it was like fresh and new. I'm not that old. But I am old enough that it was still on TV, and I absolutely loved being able to catch it. Unfortunately, from what I understand about the old G.I. Joe, is it was episodic. It did have this this overarching narrative, even though it kind of fell into that deal with the issue per episode thing quite often. I think there were a couple of like to be continued episodes, but I remember watching it and absolutely loving it, but not enough that it stuck with me long
It seems you're
term.
trapped in an illusion. Perhaps you're reliving a painful memory of the past.
I think Jodo mentioned something about that. Man, he sucks for real.
Don't look, Fuji. He's created an illusion. It's dangerous to keep looking at the past.
I swear I'm gonna be coughing, like slightly having that little bit of throat tickle all day.
Is she telling me not to look? But even if I shouldn't, this memory is just too...
When I make lemonade, I actually add a little bit of extra citric acid because I like the sour tang so much. So when I said that I was coughing on that acid, that is what that tickle is in the back of my throat now.
You should come lend a hand.
Indeed. I think it's about time Fuji had his graduation exam.
I get to take the test? Really?
Yes. For your final trial.
It's going to be something like weirdly absurd, like kill your best friend or something.
Last disciple here to the blade.
There you go. Kill everyone.
Master Mugai? What are you talking about? You're joking.
Yeah, you've got to be strong enough to do the job, and you've got to be
I'm
cold of
quite
heart
serious.
enough to do the job.
Only second-rate demons struggle to kill their friends. Your
That's
flustered
the
reaction
mentality
was
he's
telling.
sticking to, which is obviously absolutely fucked
Can I
up.
kill the people I've spent so much time training with?
Very well. Then I'll just have to do it.
Yeah, between the old
And
G.I.
as
Joe
for my
cartoon and like
gutless
Teenage
son,
Mutant Ninja Turtles,
a
I
taste
was
of
more of a
soul
TMNT guy.
Feelings for others will now
To which
kill
I
you.
know, I
will
know
give
some
you
of the
the
newer
curse
TMNT stuff is
and
actually
revenge.
like really good. I've seen enough of some of the stuff that got put out. I do have like the old nostalgic factor of
Stop it, you deadbeat!
of the older 80s TMNT. There's a couple others that I would sit down and watch, but I would definitely sit down and just enjoy the older ones a little bit more, just because of my little personal preference and attachment to it.
I'm going to cut it down!
But I also know some of the recent TMNT stuff has also been pretty bad, so it's kind of a matter of you gotta pick which one you're gonna go for. Anyways, that thing that I was saying about elderly family members to not forget that statement when they fall. I have been criticized by my family from time to time for my differing opinion as to how much to worry about when certain family members have that issue. Anytime my grandmother fell, I was worried. I was worried because my grandmother was much more frail. Her age affected her a lot more. It wasn't just that, you know, as you get older, certain body parts don't work as well anymore. It was that, in her instance, in her case, the effect of her age. Oh, it's out of... Oh, I can't do range attack. That's what it is. Alright, well, I think he is in decent enough spot. For that information, I'll send Krillika up to do the healing. Because I don't think I can do ranged healing either. So I'll call that a turn and be good enough with it. Anyways, so, like, when she would fall, every single fall was a big issue, was a big deal. My grandfather, on the other hand, even though he's 93 goddamn years old, no joke, the man is built better than people half his age. I know people that are in their 50s that if they fell, I'd panic and worry about. My grandfather could have a 2x4 drop from his rafters onto his skull, and I'd just be like, oh yeah, he'll get up, he'll be just fine. It's just that something about my grandfather, he is built like a brick shit house. And so when he gets sick, I can sit there and have a conversation with him and in 5 minutes just be like, yeah, don't worry about it, old man, you'll be just fine. Or I can sit there and say, you know, in 5 minutes I could be like, all right, Grandpa, we're going to go get you looked at. We got to figure this one out. He is so, like, for his age, so absurdly healthy and put together that it's just one of those things, you know? And because I have that opinion, and my grandfather, as an elderly man, loves his independence and, you know, the understanding of that, I think he kind of has a little bit of respect for how much I value how he takes care of himself and is you know, just genetically built. I don't know what to say about it other than I wish I had those genes. I've mentioned before my mother was adopted. Richard, welcome to the stream. I just saw that you came in here, and unfortunately, I missed at least 2 comments to seeing you come in here. So, welcome to the stream. How are things going? Hopefully, things are going well. Same thing for Rigid, although when Rigid came in, I had a question for him, and so I completely forgot to say that as well.
Please forgive me.
Hey Ian, hey Rigid, hope you both are doing well. Just got back from the store, was getting sodas for my friend Vicky and I. Speaking of sodas, mine is not soda, but that has been the bane of my existence all stream, is dealing with one wrong sip of my lemonade. Really, my grandfather is in his 80s, and we'd be in a panic if he fell. Again, it really heavily depends on who we're talking about. My grandmother was younger than my grandfather. Every time she fell, I'd panic. My grandfather has siblings that some of them, if they fell, I wouldn't worry about. Other ones I would worry about. Again, it's largely built on just how well put together they are at their age. Again, if you had a family member in their 50s and they took a fall and they got up and it was like, yeah, I'm a little sore, but I'll be all right, you might not panic so much. If you have a family member in their 80s, 90s do that, fall and get up and do a little stretch and say, yeah, I think I'll be all right, you still might be a little bit more panicked. And I'm not saying that I don't worry when my grandfather falls. I go and I check on him. But it's the kind of thing where the man is so, again, well put together that I can relatively quickly and effectively understand that he's either going to be fine or he won't be, and deal with it as needed.
Father, please forgive me.
Him getting back up in his 90s, though, wow. Yeah, again, like, I don't know what to say about it. When I say that I know people half of his age that aren't as effective, I know people I went to high school with whose bodies have deteriorated more than his. It's fucked up because of what it means for the younger people, but it just goes to say that there is something about my grandfather that just doesn't fucking stop. But it's because I see that and I recognize that and I acknowledge that I get a lot of ridicule from some of my other family. And I'm not even going to say that it's unjustified ridicule. If anything, it's very justified. It's not normal and it's not the standard to look at a family member that old and just say, you know, whatever life throws at you, you're probably going to be pretty decent at dealing with it. I think if I break that, it stops the cloning, so I'll do that. There we go.
I'll take your cash and your life.
For me, the playground argument as a kid was more so TMN. Oh, Power Rangers. Fuck, that's not even close. Was more so TMNT versus Power Rangers. I was a Ninja Turtles kid. As an adult, I'm starting to appreciate Power Rangers a bit more. Still prefer Ninja Turtles. As an adult, the reason I would say that those aren't really comparable is you're talking about an animated series versus a live action series. However, from the childhood perspective, it's very much similar enough. I can see how the argument would come to that at the playground days. I'll be honest, I would probably be... Okay, if I'm talking about Generation 1 Power Rangers, I would have been a Power Rangers kid. But as Power Rangers started shift into other avenues, you had, what was it, like the Time Power Rangers or whatever, you had like the Dino guys. Power Rangers has had many adaptations since then. If I'm talking about any of those adaptations versus the original 80s TMNT, I would be a Turtles guy. It's that Gen 1 Power Rangers that was just like, that was my shit, man.
Stop! Stop attacking them!
Also, can we take a minute and just appreciate the ironic, either intended or unintended, I think it was low-key intended, subtle a profiling of the early Power Rangers. I mean, come on. The Black Ranger, the Yellow Ranger, the Pink Ranger, the Blue Ranger. Come on. I mean, not that it necessarily affected the storytelling at all, but it's a little bit of a comical irony. Power Rangers was one of my favorite things ever when I was a kid. The 4Kids TMNT from the 2003, though, is still one of the best. Again, like I said, I know for a fact, having seen some other TMNT shows in small isolated batches, I know for a fact that there are other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that came out and around that are equally as good, if not better. But I haven't seen them to enough of an extent to stand behind that statement, and I know for a fact, just on the visual aesthetics, I do have an affinity towards the older animation styles. You know what was one show that a lot of people don't remember even existing that I was absolutely hyped as fuck over? It was one of the few shows that I didn't miss an episode on, and it didn't get more than I think like 2 seasons. So even back in the day, I was that kid that was always dealing with shows that I liked getting canceled. Does anybody remember the show Mighty Max? Literally, it was just like some punk suburb kid with a magic portal hat was thrust into a position of having to deal with like all of the problems of the world, the supernatural problems. But what I loved about the show is Max himself didn't really have any absurd powers. He was just a kid dealing with the issues. The character that had powers was he had a guardian, and Norman was a fucking unit. I remember his name even. Like, come on.
Fuji, enough already. The more you feel, the more the curse will destroy your body. No more crying. Be cold. Kill your feelings.
Why? Damn it! Damn it! I'll never forgive you! Never!
Somebody help me out here, because I'm not all that up to date on the information anymore. It's been too long. Who is the main character from Sword Art Online? Because what I'm getting from this vibe right now is his dad is basically like, you know that mentality from the main character of the Sword Art Online? Abridged? Take that, be that, do that. Kirito, thank you. It's been too long since I've watched anything Sword Art Online, and I'll be honest, I was never the biggest Sword Art Online fan. I have heard that the storytelling got better eventually, but it wasn't for me. However, there was that short special of like the girl in all pink in Gun Gale Online, and for its small individual aspect, it's one short story that they had at the time. That was fun. That was enjoyable. I was only 4 when Gen 1 Power Rangers was on. SPD and Dino Thunder were more my era or childhood remembrance. I remember there was Gen 1 Power Rangers, and then after that, I don't think it wasn't SPD and it wasn't Dino Thunder. They had a transition, and that transition was actually made in one of the movies. In fact, I think it was the first Power Ranger movie. There's like a purple snotty slime guy was the main enemy, and in that movie they had to go deal with whatever issue was stopping their Zords from working, and they had to tap into something that was more primal. I don't think that was Dino Thunder yet. I don't think they went by that moniker, but Ivan Ooze was the enemy in that movie. And it was that era was the last Power Rangers era that I remembered sitting through and watching. And I think the stuff you're referencing came after that. I don't know if that's still considered Gen 1 or Gen 2 Power Rangers, because I think it was still all the original actors and characters. But that was the Power Rangers era that I had.
Good.
I even had the okay, so
Rage.
there were a bunch of Power Ranger-like shows that existed at the time. I was such a Power Rangers fan that I had all of the toys. I had the ones that would merge together to become the big Super Zords. I had the white tiger. I had the Green Ranger's dinosaur Godzilla-looking guy. I had the original set, and I had the full set of the one that made their debut in the movie with Ivan Ooze. But I also had a lot of we would call them branch off in the West, in America, but they were, are obviously their own standalone IP, and they had their own TV shows like in Japan and so on. And so I had the toys for those shows as well, and I was that kid that was just make them fight each other. I was having my own crossover episodes. God, that show was so good. SPD was the 3rd or 4th gen, so I'm pretty sure 3rd most likely. Yeah, again, that would kind of depend on what they consider to be that follow-up, if it's because it's not really a new generation of Rangers, it's a new generation of Zords. I don't know where people would draw the line. I would draw the line there, but I'm not a part of the fandom anymore.
More. Hate yourself. Hate me. Hate the world. Do your worst. Be strong.
1 second.
Screw you!
Fuji, stop! Enough! We've broken through the illusion! It was simply toying with you!
Let me go, Perico! I'm gonna kill my worthless piece of shit dad!
You could hurt anyone with that sword in your state! Please, take a deep breath and calm down!
Was that a misstatement?
Yeah, you're right.
You could or
I'm
you
not that
couldn't?
kid anymore. I'm not letting the past mess with me anymore.
Are we letting him be angry at his dad or not? I'm confused at this state right now. I assume we are trying to overcome the anger.
Did I do it?
Excellent! You've broken my spell. But what a shame. My churlish companions have surrounded you by now.
Damn it. When did these guys get here?
Party Yasu.
Forward to this.
I still think that's such a goofy name.
It's time for sweet revenge. There's no way you're escaping. You ready? Who would say such a lame line? Wait. Party Yasu?
All right. I had the SPD and I think I had the SPD toys as well, but again, by that point, I was not as much of a fan of the show. I had the SPD and the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers crossover on video when I was a kid. I remember it came with 3D glasses I never used. I couldn't have been the only one, obviously, because you just referenced it, but when a lot of 3D movies came out and they had those what was it, like the dual chromatic or whatever effect to give it the 3D look, I actually hated 3D glasses and the gimmick so much that I would rather watch the movie with the fuzzy filter that you got without having the glasses, just because you could kind of feel out the proper color gradient the movie was going for. Something about the glasses like always made it darker to me and just bleh.
He who throws toast makes a feast. Get it right.
You're both wrong. It's he who knows most says the least. Stay out of this, Persilica.
Party Yasu, you really think changing sides every time you lose will solve everything? Don't you see Mugai's behind all this? What?
Don't trust what he tells you. My father's death. Hinamoto's destruction. That asshole's behind all of it.
I'll be honest, when this game started out, I genuinely thought that Ieyasu was just going to be a... How do I say this? He was just going to be like an attachment to the story. I didn't think he was going to be like such a pivotal position that he is. And as much as I love Higan, as she just shows up, it feels like she's kind of more in that position, unfortunately. She's a narrative drive, and she has her position here, but I don't think we've gotten to have nearly the kind of deep dive into the characterization as we had with many of the other mainline story characters. So I gotta say, as much as I want more Higan, don't get me wrong, I think the party dynamic is in this game much better than I came in expecting it to be, even after seeing the better storytelling and the better characterizations from the very beginning.
The only thing I can do is join Mugai.
Is that how you really feel? All this time you regretted switching sides, didn't you? Alright, give it to me straight, Party Asu. Tell me everything. I'll do what I can to come to terms with it.
3D is a dumb movie gimmick. Honestly, it's cool the first time, and that's about it. You know, I might just in general agree with that. You see it once, be it in a booklet or a movie or a poster or anything, and it will quickly lose its appeal. I will say, and I think it's probably because it's my earlier adaptation with seeing the 3D effect in a computer system. I used to have a dinosaur game. It was a computer game. It really wasn't like a super video gamey game. It more so was just like a series, if I remember right, it was like a series of puzzle things with some edutainment stuff wrapped into it. But it did have a really cool feature, which was a 3D rendered model of all of the dinosaurs in the game that you could put 3D glasses on and see those dinosaurs in 3D. And I remember thinking that was really cool, but I think it's because it was so alien to what I had become used to seeing the 3D effect in. You see it in books all day long, you see it in movies all day long, but to see it on a computer game was something new and unique. But again, it was a feature that I only remember enjoying in that one game, and probably because that was my first exposure to it in that medium. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I think I can punch right through and get right to Party Yasu. Yeah, we'll be just fine. If I walk him forward and defend, we should be able to avoid a lot of heavy damage.
Never miss. Fragile.
If nothing else, I'll be able to get a feel for the damage as we go along. I don't think I'm in a position to start thinking that I can avoid all damage anymore. We're getting near the end of the game, but I'll see what kind of damage we're taking. I suspect we're going to have to be several tiers into a combo. And I'm not even sure how that's going to play out, given how stacked out the enemies are. Yeah, that was still only 3 people that could do anything. So if I'm not defending, let's see what happens, because I think the other guys are going to close in on me.
I won't miss.
No damage. No damage, but a status ailment. I forgot about the possibility of what that can do for me. Alright, this should be, again, another... oh, but I'm defending. It's going to be pointless.
Never miss.
Alright, so that's 4 tiers in. That's at least all 4 of them swinging at me. Let's see if it does any damage. I feel like maybe I'm just stronger than I thought I was. Now it's paralyzed.
And your life.
Alright, let me see here. I think I have a couple of healing items to deal with this kind of stuff. Alright, the fairy dust would do it. However, I don't know how much of that I have. Oh, I've got a lot of it. Never mind. And we'll walk our way up.
Attacking now. Strong attack.
Fun fact, if a horror franchise gets a 3D movie, you know that's going to be a terrible installment. Not wrong. The 3D is more their selling point than the actual movie itself is. Yeah, absolutely. There are some movies that are, I don't know about horror, but there are some movies that exist that I would say are the exception to that rule. Because I think that rule applies even outside of most horror films. Films in general could apply to that, is what I mean. But I do think there are some exceptions in the realm of, like, the IMAX 3D experience. Seeing movies in that state of effect is still a gimmick and is still not as good as seeing a well-shot, functional movie. I'll be honest, when I go to see, like, what was that movie that was massive that got a sequel recently? Avatar. The Blue People Avatar. When I went to see Avatar in theaters in the IMAX experience, I'm gonna be honest, it was good. It was enjoyable. It was fantastic to see the effects play out the way that it did. However, after buying this the movie myself, I bought the collector's edition or whatever that came out, because I did really, really like that movie when it came out. Not so much because I thought it was a fantastic story or did anything fantastical in that sense, but I loved the world they built and I loved the look and the effects. I bought that and I played the like super beefed up like Blu-ray thing that came with it. It wasn't just a regular Blu-ray. There was some big marketing whatever garbage that they put out on it. And I saw it. I didn't have a Blu-ray player, so I went to my uncle who had a Blu-ray player and had a very fancy, very expensive TV. And I got to see that in all of its vibrancy and the high contrast and the sharp. I loved it more in that isolated experience. I loved the sharp crispness. I loved the vivid contrast in the colors of that. I liked it more there than I did at the IMAX experience. However, I think I liked the IMAX viewing of it more than I liked the standard theater projector viewing of it. So that's what I mean by, like, the IMAX can help some movies, but there are things that I would rather take over the IMAX experience. Like the vibrant, beautiful colors in that first movie were amazing. I have not seen the sequel though. Like Saw the Final Chapter was in 3D originally, most people considered it the worst of them. And they knew that, which is why they made it 3D. I will say though, I'd love to go on one of those 4D rides that some of the theme parks have, you know, the ones where you can feel and smell what you're watching. I have ridden on a couple of those, and I'll be honest, my favorite iteration of those are the ones that are isolated in a room, and the room gives you sort of a roller coaster vibe to what you're watching, rather than like the ones that just kind of shake the room. Like, there are ones that will actually, like, your entire fucking room pivots and shifts, and it's wild. Those are really cool. I remember seeing one where it was basically supposed to be a roller coaster ride through the Arctic. I remembered seeing this. It had to have been like a zoo or an aquarium or something, because the primary feature was, I think, on penguins or whatever. But the overall experience was like unnecessarily high energy and was very cool. So when you're going through it, the entire room got super cold. They kind of hit you with a mist splash here and there. The entire room was like its own roller coaster ride. It was a really cool experience. If you ever get the chance to check them out, I do think they're worth checking out.
So, Lord Mugai was controlling Opener? He's behind my uncle's death, and he transformed Iki?
Horror films are comparatively cheap to make. That's why so many amateur filmmakers tend to either start in that genre or make it one of their earlier works. Are you guys familiar? I assume you are because it's kind of relatively... Ooh, excuse me. Big news. But Markiplier is doing a horror movie. He actually got... had a medical issue regarding the making of his movie. But from what I understand, he's making a full-length horror movie around the Iron Lung lore. Now, I'll be honest, horror films aren't really my absolute biggest vibe, and the thing that will turn me off of most horror films almost immediately is anything in the realm or genre of, and I assume Richard's gonna know what I say when I say this because he is far more of a horror buff than I am. When things get into the realm of body disfigurement or body deformation, things of that nature, when you get into that level of grotesque manipulation, you lose me entirely. There is something about the mystery and the almost fantasy, wild, crazy aspect to the Iron Lung lore. It's the same thing with why I'm a big fan of like reading the SCP files and things like that. There is something to that added element of the unknown and the that feel and vibe that will rope me in a lot better. And so even though I'm not a big horror buff, which is why I eventually chose to not watch the FNAF movie. However, I will say I have heard very good things about it. But I think I might be interested in going to check out this Iron Lung movie when it comes out, because that element is a part of the lore, and I do feel like Markiplier is the kind of passionate, driven enough guy to not ignore that element when making something about the premise.
Yeah, he just used Opener, and now the guy's gonna be executed. That's why we're gonna save the Perilica's dad.
I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Please believe us. As they say, a samurai never goes back on his turd.
That is a terrible line. Prilica, my god. Anyways, I just wanted to take an added layer here and say that it is wild how something that might not even be something you would normally show interest in, it's wild how just seeing the passion behind someone doing something can be enough to drive you into wanting to check it out and experience it.
It's word, Perlica. Anyway, Ieyasu's telling the truth. Please believe him.
Let's join forces, Party Yasu. I've done plenty of evil in the Shogunate's name as well. You can change too.
Iki! But... I...
You're letting them get to you, Patiasu.
I think it's a big part of why, although I don't partake in it, I like watching people do karaoke and things like that. Because you can kind of, when someone is absolutely just feeling the moment and just living it out in that setting, it's like nothing but good positive vibes that you can like just, you almost feed off of it.
I'll join you. So please don't harm the Edogawa family or anyone in the Shogunate.
People getting excited and passionate about things, like it's a good vibe.
Party Yasu, what did we just see?
Me being an idiot, that's what. Uncle Gachiyasu died because of me, and they captured Iki too.
Precisely. Aren't you glad I jogged your memory? As I said, there's no turning back. You're a bona fide traitor. A Class A+++ war criminal. Be sure to keep that in mind.
You're such a pathetic worm. So, your illusions make people remember bad memories, huh?
That's right. I don't deserve to be forgiven. I betrayed the people.
I've mentioned before, I have certainly lived a life where I have made mistakes, but I've never made mistakes so massively drastic that I feel like pulling them up can hurt. Pulling them up can be like, God, I don't think I've made any I don't think I have anything that would cripple me if brought up like this. And I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's a good sign or a sign that maybe I just need to take more risks or not. But I don't know. How do I build off of that? I don't know if that's like a sign of virtue or if it's a sign of the inverse, but I feel like, you know, somebody trying to hit me with like some ability like this would just be like, I'd cry. I would definitely, I could definitely see myself breaking down and tearing up, but it's the exact same thing that's like, I overcame that. All of the things you can hit me with, I am infinitely better now than I was when those things happened or I made those decisions. Reminding me of them would just be like an empowerment thing. Like, I'm not that person anymore. And all you've done is shown me how far I've come.
Knock it off! So you made one mistake. Maybe that illusion actually happened.
I had a lot of fun with the last horror movie I watched. It was Cocaine Bear. I have heard a lot of people like that just for its goofy nature. I watched it with my great aunt because she thought it was going to be a comedy about a bear getting high. Yeah, she was half right. Again, like I said, the people that I've heard enjoyed that movie more so like it for the absurdity.
I'm not the one you should be asking. You're not alone, you know?
If she thought it was going to be a comedy, though, I'm curious how she, what her takeaway was.
Instead of moping about the past, you should join me. We'll start over from scratch, cuz.
Damn, you're cool. I should have trusted you from the beginning, cuz. These illusions won't get to me anymore. I'm on your side now.
I love how Ieyasu is just basically hitting him with the talk no jutsu version of what I just said.
Did you really summon me just to watch this farce, Jodo? Nitra!
Do I need to tell you why you're here? After all, you betrayed Celestia, and you're even one of the 13 magistrates. It's time to put your life on the line for Lord Mughal, and do battle with these pests.
My life? You don't have to remind me what's at stake. Why are you on Mugai's side, Nitra? Do you really want to be an infernal treasure that badly? Nitra, please. I just want to geek out about weapons with you. Let's have so much fun we forget ourselves. See, you can never understand how I feel.
C4 is just sitting here vibing like everybody I know, just remembering the time that you could actually sit with someone and just chill out and talk nerd culture.
I retained memories from the moment of my death before I arrived in Celestia. That's why I'm so terrified of death. Can you imagine it? Your body turns cold, and you leave the ones you love forever. The fear, the terror.
Again, I don't understand the mentality that people have when they talk about this. It's something that I can't relate to. I understand fear, I understand terror, I don't understand what it is about people that leads them to fear death the way that a lot of people do. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like you want to embrace it and just like charge in head first and be like, yo, death, motherfucker, what's up? High five. But you're not going to escape it. Don't let it run your life. Don't let the fear of what's going to happen one day anyways stop you from doing certain things, or by letting that fear and drive you, force you into doing other things that you otherwise wouldn't want to do. It's a trope that I know plays out in the real world for a lot of people too. There are people who genuinely fear dying. There is a clip going around recently, and it's this old lady. I think she's Canadian. I assume she's Canadian. She's talking to her family, and she's saying like, I just got word from the doctors that I'm at the end of my life, and they say I'm gonna die. And on her way out, she's just like, yo, by the way, Trudeau, double fingers, motherfucker, peace out. I am on my way to the other side. And it's like, God fucking damn, that is such a G. That old lady is going out fucking great. Literally 2 fingers up at her political leadership and just like, I lived well. Y'all motherfuckers suck it. Like, god damn. And it's like, that is as much of a joke as it is to take the political pot shots, but to be able to look at death and just be like, yeah, they told me it's happening. But it's good. Like, that is the way to go about it.
You remember dying? That explains it. That's right. I'm an angel, meant to guide departed souls. And yet, I'm scared of death. Isn't that
If you haven't
ridiculous?
seen that clip, I highly recommend looking it up.
You just didn't find yourself all those years
It's
ago.
sad because it's
Saying you
never,
weren't anything like an
you
angel.
never take joy in the passing of someone, but it is also
It seems I'm the one that
weirdly
wasn't fit to call herself an
heartwarming
angel.
that
I'm
someone
the odd one out.
was that convicted in their decency at the end.
I don't give a crap if you're fit to be an angel or not. See. Yeah, I hated myself, but don't you remember? You reached out to me, Nitra. You're the reason I learned to love myself.
Something everybody should be capable of doing.
Your unangelic nature, that's all part of what makes you who you are. You don't need to be ashamed. See, I may be stained with evil, but I do not require your assistance. Please, do not stop me. No, I have to stop
Yeah,
you.
she's definitely battling with some personal trauma one way or the other. Again, whether or not I understand the mentality that they're aiming for to why the trauma's there, obviously I haven't died, so I've had some near-death experiences, but it's not so cleanly comparable. But all the same, even if I can't relate to the actual moment that they're trying to appeal at, I can understand what trauma is and recognize it.
Nice!
I can't even.
Be a good student now. Time.
I'll take your cash and your life!
And away! A tragic miscalculation.
Wait. I love how Nitra's right boob is just hanging on for dear life behind that poster box. Yes, okay. It took me a second to read what was going on. I thought you were gonna imply that one is just like terribly misshapen or something.
Be on you. Ecstasy.
You can kind of see in the cutscene of that effect, though, there is a dress behind that.
No. No. You're no.
All right. Yeah. Dealing with the status ailment.
A tragic miscalculation.
Stop with all the reinforcements. They're not doing anything for you. Yeah, even amongst all of them, not a lot of damage there. All right, so Fuji can't move, but he can still use his specials. So let's just send him down the line and hit him with the 3 slash.
Let's go.
Let's see if we can get a proper view of the reference you're making here.
So, you're useless to me.
I don't even think it's the right boob. It really just looks like both of them are trying to use whatever that is as like a support system.
What a shame. Even death couldn't erase the fear of your last moments.
I mean, obviously, it's more of just a sash than it is like a board, but because of the fold in it, it really does make it look like it is some sort of hard board system just trying to hold herself upright to keep her from sagging.
Master Mugai, please stop. Don't come any closer.
Yes, if someone points it out to me, I'm not above talking about breasts in my game.
Yet you tried to stop me. I'm disappointed in you, Kotra. You'll atone through death.
As highly as I place myself on a pedestal, I also know I am just as much of a degenerate as anybody else when it comes to
She was the best
to
archer.
things that I am willing to enjoy.
It's probably Nitra's past life.
Sharp as ever, Higan's Ashosai. Back when Nitra was alive, she wielded one of the 7 founding weapons. But after she learned of Mugai's ambitions, she rashly defied him and was struck down. How truly pathetic.
I respected Master Mugai's deep empathy for others, but he changed after he lost his wife.
I have no need for pupils who defy their master's will. Rot in hell!
No!
I still we have heard before
I really do fear death too
that
much.
Mugai had a better time, but we still have yet, at least I feel, we still have yet to be shown any of that. But I think so far we've only experienced the earlier days insofar as the main character's childhood.
You're trembling like a fawn. Adorable.
So if they're keeping it from us this long, I really hope they're going to well portray it as an absolute shift in personality and not just that he was just kind of an okay guy.
This isn't our fight.
Like, it needs to be the exact opposite side of a coin
Stop
kind of
right
thing.
there. I won't let you hurt Nitra anymore.
Die. Someone who clings to life is no disciple of mine.
No! See! Run! No. When I was hiding away in the library, you were the one who opened the door and got me out. Now it's my turn to help you. The past is weighing you down, so I'll blow it all away. The illusion. It's gone?
Inconceivable! But you didn't use one of the 7 founding weapons! Manage that!
With the power in our hearts, duh! Gunpowder's got nothing on the fire of friendship! That's very like you, see? I feel so much better now.
Okay.
Like, my fear of death hasn't gone away.
That line was anime as all fuck. That one right there. But It was the kind of corny that is just perfect for a Disgaea game. I don't know about you, like I get it, man. Friendship, big important. Friendship, big deal. Friendship, kind of a thing that we kind of try to promote on the channel here. But I don't see the power of friendship stopping a bullet.
That's okay, Nitra. It's normal to be afraid of scary things. Come on, where's your smile? I'm super afraid of death too. Both mine and yours. But that fear is exactly what makes me give it my all.
There you go. Again, like I can understand not wanting to die.
No matter what it is. Let's go back to Celestia together.
But to let that fear make you not want to live, that's where I draw the line. As far as my cognitive awareness, my relatability goes.
That's what we always do.
Normal people won't understand those words, but they're perfect for you, see? What a captivating turn of phrase.
So, everything's good between you two again?
Man, what was that line from the Castlevania, from season 1 of the Castlevania anime that Netflix put out? It was something like, it's not death that we fear, it's not having, what is it? It's not having fought for anything while we're alive or something like that. What is...
Stubborn bunch. Using trauma to manipulate reality has never failed me like this before.
What is Jodo finally shows himself? Okay, what if? Oh, I see. What if Jodo finally shows himself and the image is a saucy guy crossing his legs while descending down a giant bowl of fruit? I kind of am hoping that... So I think Jodo, I hope Jodo is not an actual name and it's like a front and we're going to get a completely different character when it comes up. But there's a part of me that kind of hopes with the vocal presence, given that his entire gimmick is manipulating people through like illusions and bad memories. There's a part of me that kind of hopes that he is just a butt ugly motherfucker.
Well, Fuji's emotional scars run deepest.
But with the vocal track going on, I'll be honest, your placement would be a little bit more on brand. I'm thinking like if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, I'm thinking like they're building up the premise of a Zarbon, and what we're gonna actually get is a transformed Zarbon.
Far too deep for any blade to cut through it.
Good, Fuji.
Oh, okay, hold on. I need to read this carefully because the YouTube system will be very mad about this when I read this out loud because things that sound like things trigger YouTube. My brother actually knew someone at school named Mike Hunt. If you're familiar with prank calls, you know why that's hilarious. Yeah, no, that is one of the more classic ones to go off of.
Help us.
Stop hurting them.
I can't think of anybody I myself knew that had a name like that. I will say though, given the field I work in, I see a lot of wild and weird names, and I can't get, so descriptive that people will be able to find, who I'm talking about or give anything that is a identifying class of information. I can't give anything that will let anybody know who I'm talking about because of what I do and how it works. But I have seen some wild names. I won't get into spelling because I think spelling is important because a lot of these are not spelled the way you think they are, but they are phonetically spoken in such a way that they infer a certain phraseology, much like Mike Hunt. So I think the spelling is very important. So I think if I don't give the spelling, I can tell you some of them that aren't going to be descriptors of anyone specifically. There is two of the names that I have come across that I find hilarious is I have actually had a Miracle Butt Sticks, and I have also had an Ooga Booga as far as documents goes. And I won't even tell you where the dividing line is for first names and last names, but when read in its entirety, there you go. Those are two that really stick out in my mind, and I have come across a couple of really oddball ones.
Fuji, can't you see that you're just a victim? Mugai hurt you too!
No. After seeing my fellow disciples get cut down in front of me, I did something unforgivable. I gave in to my hatred of Mugai. Because the curse punished me for trying to help.
Everyone's gonna die if I don't help. How can I save them? What can I do?
I remembered what my dad said about infernal treasures. I thought becoming one would at least be better than dying. Everyone there wanted to live. If all their wills were unified, it wouldn't be hard to make them into treasures.
And to further weird names, I am on record saying my name, Richard Nathan Forrest, could also mean Dick Wiener Woods. Yes, again, there are things that kind of require a leap in logic to get to, like Dick Wiener Woods, and other ones that I have seen names of people that when I read, I wonder if the parents resented the child when naming them. I don't want to say the most offensive one that I have seen, but I will say that in it is phonetically the N-word. So if you were to actually talk to this person by their first name in its entirety, you would inevitably have to say the N-word. And I don't know who or why anyone would think that that is an acceptable name. But I mean, God help that child. And for the record, it is in their name, not their whole name, and I won't say it or give any further details than that.
Because I wanted to save them all, I made a single treasure. And the result was...
Oh my god! No! So, holy sweet mother... Ow actually is... By virtue of how this technically functions, Ow is actually his sort of surrogate daughter. It wasn't just a spoof, it wasn't just a crazy child. No, she actually sort of is. That is not where I saw that going.
Fuji was talking about.
Don't you get it? She's right here.
By the way, guys, I do have to step away for a moment. I will be right back, but I don't want to push the story forward because I kind of want to soak all of this scene in. So please bear with me just one moment. Alright, so I see this popping up, and I'm going to read this one first. Well, my landlord hates when I shorten his name to Dick, especially since his name is Steve. No disrespect to my current landlord there. Just said him because the original joke uses the name Steve, and he's actually named Steve. So you knew someone with a name on the level of Nicholas Kerr. It is not someone that I knew. It is someone whose name I am familiar with, again, through my employment. Again, when you are looking at names of people in the thousands month to month, you will likely come across some oddball names. You will also come across some very oddball scenarios. Now, I don't want to say anything as far as a name goes that is going to be like super able to track someone down off of it, which is why I'm not saying what's first, what's last, where the dividing line is, how is it spelled, or anything that I think somebody could... If you got the name spelled correctly and just went to Google to try to find some of these people, I highly doubt you'll find the actual individual. And I'm not going to give anything as far as a descriptor as to who they are, where they are, what city, region, yada yada yada, because they definitely are deserving of their protection on all of that identifying information. And I'm fairly certain the legality of it is just as long as it's not, as long as their personal identity is protected, there's nothing wrong with any of that. Enough people online already know my first name at this point. The only annoying part about my name is inputting the most RPGs is usually impossible. Isn't it Christian? Am I incorrect on remembering that? I know I've seen it a couple of times.
What? Ow's a living treasure?
But I see it so much as Rigid Rat that it's just like that's what my brain remembers.
This new entity.
All right, yeah.
How Owl was born. When I first saw her, I was dumbstruck. I thought I'd made a big mistake. But my desire to beat Mugai was even stronger.
Can you understand me? I don't really get it, but I think I'm the one who made you. Wait, are you trying to say Dad?
But it's still like weirdly adorable.
I'm just a kid. I'll call you Al. There's someone I gotta take down. Will you fight with me?
Even in the illusion, my bloodlust is still strong. These are my crimes, not Owl's. Screw this illusion! I'll cut it all down! I'll cut you down! This is nothing. Gentlemen.
Wait, Rigid isn't his real name? Next thing, wow, hold on. I'm like having a stroke here or something. Next thing I expect you to tell me Ian's real first name isn't Super. It's more of a title. You know how you have like generals and presidents and like people earn their doctorate, they get to be called I'm Super. Yes. I have to shorten my name to Chris when playing those RPGs. A good 85% of the time for one reason or another. I have actually seen that there are some games that don't let that name in its entirety fit even when it's able to because of its correlation to the religion.
I'll take your cash and your life.
And I find it really, really weird that situations like that even exist, because it is, although that's true that it is a tie-in to the religion by name, it's also just a super common name.
God. Forgive me.
I have to shorten my name. Oh wait, no, I thought that was Richard that was adding his own layer to that. I will say I am relatively blessed on that topic to have a name that is only 3 letters long. Even back in the day when like playing arcade games and I would get like the high score and I'd go to put my name on the system, I never had the issue of not being able to fit my name.
Nice.
They always had spacing for the initial for first, middle, and last. And, I mean, that's 3 letters. That's all I needed. It did not stop me quite often from getting super impatient and still entering AAA all the same.
No! A half-assed attack like that won't take out any enemy!
Sorry, Dad.
Again, like you're facing down the enemy.
Richard loves adding layers almost as much as ogres love onions. My guy, if that is the case, I am feeling very ogreish. I tend to rather enjoy a good onion.
Okay.
Not on its own, mind you. However, there is a story of me once.
So this is why Al thinks of you as
There
her
was a
father.
local shop that
From Al's point of view,
was relatively known for having fairly cheap and
I put
edible
Al through harsh training.
Coney dogs,
My scumbag
and
dad.
they had a local challenge. They got massive, supersized, super potent
What I was
onions
doing to her
that they would use
was
in
no
their.
different than the crap my deadbeat
I
dad
think
put
it was
me
used in
through.
their chili sauce, but it was also the onions that you would add on top of it.
Sorry, Al. You
If
don't
you
have
were
train
able
for
to
battle
eat your
anymore,
way
do you?
straight through, you didn't have to eat the whole thing, but eat your way from one end of that onion into the core to the other side. You would they would put your face and name on the
One nice
wall,
word and you start peeling
and
apart.
I think it was something like any purchase you made there, you could get a free chili dog with it. So if you went in there and just bought a drink, you could get a free chili dog. Things like that.
Move. Stay away from me.
I took on the challenge,
I want to be with Dad.
and I actually made it all the way through,
Don't follow me!
but the
Forget about
person
me,
that
Al.
was running the shop at the time was not a particular fan of me. And by that I mean they very much did not like me as a person, and refused to honor the system all the same. I had a couple of friends with me there when I did that. It was one of those things where people that I knew that I did that and knew that it was kind of shitty that happened that way. But I mean, what the hell am I gonna do? I was like a 14-year-old kid who was just like, yo, fuck you guys,
Couldn't even
and
tell
then
me the
just
truth
not eat
about
there.
why
Like
you
that was my
captivated
answer.
her. That's one cruel curse.
The only thing I could do was set her free.
Sonic would go there all the time just for the free chili dogs. He would have to be able to eat his way through one of those onions, and I'll be honest, it was torturous. As someone who likes onions, as someone who will buy bags and bags of onions just to put on almost anything I'm eating,
Doing what I did is enough to trigger
yeah,
the
no,
curse.
it was a potent rank onion, and once you got into that
I don't
core
care
portion,
about the
my
curse
god,
anymore.
was it.
It's
It
time
was
I
rough.
accept my fate. Ao is as strong as a founding weapon. Now that she's got the demonic bow, she's got the power of 2. If we can get her to come with us, we can get to the infernal sanctuary, even without Mugai's demonic fist.
So, the plan you mentioned earlier was to get Ao's help, wasn't it?
Yeah. I pushed her away because of the curse. But I've made up my mind. I'm her father.
Was it one of those
And I
white
need to
onions?
take
Those are especially
responsibility.
spicy. Yes, it was a white onion, and as I recall,
Facing your past
it
mistakes
was bigger than my entire fist. Even, you know, if I try to think back to what I remember it being,
Now, Fuji
it
can
was
stop making
probably
reparations
like
to owls,
grapefruit
victims,
size
while
as an
pretending to be a
onion.
big spender.
What? So that's
So it was fairly voluminous, and it was a potent,
Yeah,
spicy rank
he
onion.
gives money to owls victims, hoping they won't get too upset.
But
over
remember,
reparations.
I was a fat kid. I liked onions, and you promised me free chili dogs. I made it through that thing. And it's not like it wasn't an honoring system that they weren't willing to do for other people. They had already had names up there. They had already had pictures up there. I think they just didn't. I think the guy working the counter, like I said, very much did not like me as a person, and I was aware that they did not like me as a person. And they simply used the position they were in to just say, yeah, well, all the same, fuck you, not happening.
What a hilarious notion! You're all powerless.
Whoa, what's that? Gross! His eyes! Wait, Jodo is Udo Castle?
Well, remember what I mentioned about him being a butt ugly creature?
Evilest, living infernal
Not
creature
quite
in
what I
the
expected,
entire
but also
universe.
I feel like I'm not terribly wrong.
That's so cool. Never mind.
C4, did you really say that absurd living castle is cool? You did, didn't you? Didn't you?
I mean, come on! Isn't it super cool? It's a massive infernal treasure! Like, whoa! Huh. It does resemble a giant battle mecha. Maybe it's just a little cool. He can't transform, can he?
That's irrelevant. We're going to dismantle him anyway.
Me. I'd like to see you try. Ao was inside the castle. I've taken her hostage, so to speak. I can't guarantee her safety if you oppose me.
So she's your hostage, huh?
What's so funny?
That
Have you
onion
given
sounds
up in the face of
volatile enough to give
despair?
Steven Universe some trouble. I
I'm just
am
feeling
not
sorry
overly
for you.
familiar with Steven
There's no
Universe
way you
and
can
the
catch Al.
correlation to
If she was that
onions.
easy to deal
I
with,
know a little bit about
being
Steven
so
Universe
much
as a
dead.
show. I've seen a couple of episodes.
Hey, Al!
I also know
It's
that
me,
one
Fuji.
thing about Steven
here
Universe
to
is they do
see
have a
you.
lot of
On out!
food-related driving factors.
Was that
Man.
impact? Stop!
I am still dealing with that lemonade issue.
Yay! Thanks for coming to see me, Dad.
Sorry for taking so long, Al. I'm gonna get things straight.
I might just have to go grab a glass of water or something.
Enough serious talk. It's time for Al and Dad's heart-to-heart happy time.
Al, come give your daddy a hug.
I mean, hold on.
Fuji talking like that is going to make me vomit. Dad's always so nice. He cares about Al a lot, so sometimes he's a little too much.
Next scene, just have him be
Where have you
overprotective,
been, Al?
please.
You're supposed to spend time with your dear papa.
Is this how Al sees Fuji?
Wasn't quite what I was expecting, but you know, I was hoping for something like just him being way too overprotective, like helicopter parenting.
You good.
You idiot! You have to apologize when you break someone's stuff!
Sorry, Dad. His strictness is cool too. You're happy no matter what he's like, as long as it's Fuji. Yeah, duh. Al only has one dad in the whole wide world, you know. Next time on Samurai
Alright, look. As murder happy as she is capable of clearly being, that was kind of adorable.
But I want to be nice to...
Be nice, and they're spoiling her.
I mean, but with the... hold on. Their relationship isn't exactly one built on that so far. So, like, come on, let him spoil Ao a little bit.
Look, Ao, there's something I gotta tell you.
Happy Birthday Onion was one adult joke I still can't believe they got away with in the show. I don't know what that... I don't know what a Happy Birthday Onion is a reference to, and understanding what that's capable of has me mildly terrified of what I just said. Onion is a character in the Steven universe. That kid is a little demon, metaphorically speaking. Okay. That's a little bit more clear, because I understand that in Steven Universe there are some episodes that tie around like food driving factors. I think there's like some fried something or others at some point, and like an ice cream bar is another one or something. And then there is the understanding that in Steven Universe he is technically an alien entity creature thing. I think they call them gems or something like that. And in cartoons, the second you basically say this person is alien or this person is not of this realm, not of this reality, yada yada yada, when you start putting like magical stuff into that, cartoons can very easily take relatively simple and mundane things and blow them into wild, crazy directions. So I didn't know where the reference was going at just the term onion earlier on its own. Basically, Onion showed a videotape that Steven then read, "Happy Birthday, Onion," on the tape's box, and then he said, "This is you being born?" I feel like without having the proper context, I'm not going to understand why that is such a... why that would be an adult joke not permissible to a cartoon show, unless they're like showing stuff with like weird reactions to... on its own, that sounds relatively mundane, but it's also, again, cartoons. You can take the mundane and make it incredibly terrible. I would reference some of the old cartoon era Cartoon Network stuff. Cow and Chicken was very, very capable of those kind of references.
You can do it, Fuji! Like my father always said, true warriors should show off when it's their time to shine. Don't hold back!
Be honest and direct. If you need a kick in the rear, I've got my spear.
Perilika and Higan, please be quiet. Outside parties should merely observe in silence.
Okay, Al. There's something I've wanted to tell you, but haven't been able to.
Not again! Ow! I'm sorry. Fuji has a physical ailment that...
You don't have to tell me. I know. He has that empathy curse too, right? Grandpa told me everything.
Like, she absolutely gives off demon child vibes, but also is just capable of having adorable moments, and it's unnerving.
He cares about you so much, he's vomiting up blood. He really wants to be kind to you, and he wants to be more like a father. That's how he really feels.
Wait,
Why are you the one spilling the beans, Perlica?
Because Fuji is like kind of actually dying.
I didn't mean to.
It doesn't matter. Just listen to us, Al. Fuji really does love you. L-O-V-E, love. You can spell, right?
You may not believe us immediately, but from my perspective, Fuji 100% loves you.
I mean, the guy spits out blood whenever he talks to you. His aversion to empathy flares up that badly because he loves you so much.
Is that true, Dad?
Yeah, it is.
I'll need some time to believe you. Because I've been sad and lonely for so long. If you really, truly, honestly care about Al, then catch me. You can do that much, right?
Huh? Al's run off towards Udo Castle?
It's my turn to chase after Al this time. Bring it on. I'll catch up to her right away. Episode 14. Fuji and Ao.
All right, that was relatively heartwarming. The reaction from Steven was there, though they didn't show what was on the tape, thankfully. Though they were watching it themselves, I mean. Also, the implication of Onion having... Okay, so up until this point, I'm still reading this like, yeah, okay, there's nothing all that off about it. It's the kind of thing that has been in shows before and is not an uncommon topic to be discussed within the medium. And then we get to also the implications of Onion having joy out of watching a tape of his own birth is horrifying. That is where it gets off the rails. That's where it shifts quite fast.
Where to, dude?
That is where we go from, yeah, I mean, sure, but whatever. And then it's, okay, you know what? No, I'm on board. Kind of no longer a thing. Let's just, let's leave that on the table.
Especially in the crater beneath the castle.
I'm part of the Shogun family, and I didn't know either. And if Udo Castle hadn't been destroyed, I still wouldn't.
Oh, that sure is a plucky cake, huh?
Rigid, I didn't even think of that.
You mean
Yeah, that is a layer to it that pushes it into the uncomfortable and
One castle.
on more than one layers.
Energy portal to the infernal sanctuary.
Since we're on the topics of
Yes,
onions
it should be.
and
However,
ogres.
I believe the entrance is further ahead.
I feel a weird presence. I bet Jodo was pretending to be a castle to hide the path.
Whatever. We have to catch up to Al. Let's get moving.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
Isn't that the male samurai? Why does that sound like such a feminine voice?
I don't have time for bottom beaters. I'll cut you all down.
Either feminine or intending to be very young. Remember, Onion wanted to put the tape in and was super casual about watching it.
I'll cut you down.
I don't necessarily know if that inherently implies taking joy from watching it, but it still is very unnerving from the fact of not being turned off by the concept while you're watching it in the moment.
Nice.
I can't even sit there and listen to the story of my birth, let alone imagine watching a video of it. I understand why parents like take pictures or whatever of I understand the parental aspect of it is such a momentous moment. But I can't imagine it's when parents have that videotape themselves. I struggle to believe the idea that parents actually watch it, more so as the idea just seems to be the right thing to do regarding capturing such a big moment in one's life. Steven was the one with the horrified reaction. Again, as should be. That is the standard reaction.
I'll take your cash and your life.
The idea that I understand why parents would capture it on film is still vastly different than, do parents actually rewatch that? I can't imagine that's actually true.
I'll take your cash and your life. I'll take your cash and your life.
All right, I'm gonna let this this turn play out, but I will be right back once again. Sorry guys.
Nice. Take this! Don't you dare! So it ends. Bleed for me. So fleeting. Bleed for me. So fleeting. So it You're not getting away.
Alright, so even though I had stepped away, I do take the chat with me, and as I walked off, I was able to see the samurai skill at play there. I do really like that. It is one of the highlight skills seen so far, in my opinion. Very, very much playing into the old samurai movie motif. To which I have not watched enough old samurai movies. It's gonna be wild if I end up dying to the poison or something. I think this is the last enemy though, so that should be the ending of this chapter. Or not chapter, the ending of this mission.
Waste of time. Let's hurry.
Fuji, stop. There's something shining on the ground right by your feet.
Huh?
Dad, why?
Do you have a Pokemon that you like or have a growing appreciation for that no one else really does? For me, I've grown particularly fond of Bronzong. Yes, and I have several. So, growing up, obviously one of my favorites from very early on was Growlithe and Arcanine. So, to answer your question, do I have a Pokemon that I just really like? There you go. As far as ones that people used to not like, a lot of people have always loved Gyarados. A lot of people in the early days of Pokemon was very much memed on Magikarp and how terrible Magikarp is. My brother, from like very, very, very early on, actually really liked Magikarp. Now, my brother has a lot of odd favorite Pokemon that a lot of people normally don't like. Magikarp, Dunsparce, he prefers Haunter to Gengar, which I do too, but for a lot of people, Gengar is like the top dog. Klefki is another one of his favorites. He has a lot of the more obscure Pokemon tend to be some of his favorites. Ones that I grew up liking that a lot of people just kind of wrote off. I also grew to really like Magikarp, in part because of my younger brother's influence on that. But I actually, due to my Nuzlocke run a while back, have grown to really appreciate Bidoof and Bibarel. Those are two Pokemon that I actually really, really didn't just dislike, but almost hated. Because of how just super common they were and uninteresting to the design that I was. But being able to use a Bidoof to essentially save my entire Nuzlocke run and then have that Bidoof carry heavily my team through enough of the game and then to get to the Elite Four and to fall at... Anyways, there is a whole narrative growth as to why I like Bibarel so much more than I used to. Another one that I liked that a lot of people thought was interesting, but because it wasn't a great battler, a lot of people just left it in the background. I was a big fan of Delibird as well. And although people will think back to Delibird and say, oh yeah, I know that guy, and not like openly dislike it, growing up, my nickname through all of high school was Santa, and the correlation to Santa Claus and Delibird was just like, I like this little bird motherfucker. My grammar blows chunks today. I mean, join the club, Rigid. This actually hurts.
I know. Dad said there's someone he wants to defeat. If Al takes that person down, Dad'll love me, right?
So this is the infernal treasure that Fuji made, huh?
Who are you, mister? Do you know my dad?
Yes, you could say that. I'm Fuji's father. That makes me your grandfather. Call me Grandpa.
It's actually weird hearing him talk with someone because that entire dialogue line, nothing about his demeanor or his characterization felt out of place for a standard conversation, which is not the kind of dialogue we've heard from him so far.
What was that just now? It was like I was seeing something inside.
I mean, it's very much obviously built to be like part of a manipulation tactic thing, but it's interesting hearing it from the voice actor in that sense.
Looks like everyone had the same hallucination. It feels different than the last time Joe Doe used his powers on us.
Grandpa? Oh, give me a break. Damn it. There's no point thinking about it now. We need to hurry.
Oh shoot, I forgot to heal. Whoops. I'm gonna have to pull out some allies and rely on them for that.
This is as far as you go.
Shirofune! Looking for a fight, are ya?
Ah,
I will say,
apologies.
my
We crossed paths not long ago.
vulnerability
It's
to the
me,
status ailments
Joe
is
Doe.
not doing me any favors.
What? If you're Joe Doe, why do you look like that?
I mean, if he can transform into anything, I suppose there's no
I
issue
can
for that.
divide up my soul. As long as I have a vessel, I can revive myself.
He doesn't appear to be lying. However, that's an awfully convenient ability to possess.
Handy, huh? I can just keep coming back. To be completely honest, I wanted to use Ao as a vessel.
That's disturbing.
What did you say? What were you gonna do to Al?
You said pull out.
Please don't get angry. I was trying to be nice in my own way. I just wanted to recycle something broken.
Broken? What are you talking about?
Oh.
Alright, Fuji,
you
just
didn't know?
right hook right
Ao's
across the jaw.
unstable. She was born by accident, so now her body and soul are on the brink of collapse.
How's unstable?
With as heavy as things are getting, that sprite is goofy and out of place, but in like just I don't know, it's just stupid and funny, and I kind of just can't help but like laugh at that.
You're lying, aren't you? Fuji was finally
It just screams like strong caveman ooga booga energy.
Ao's current powers aren't inferior to
Speaking of
seven-bounded
earlier.
weapons. I have doubts about this supposed collapse.
She's only holding on because of her attachment to her dear daddy. Her love for Fuji is too strong. She should be useless by now, but her desire to be loved is keeping her together. Doesn't that just touch your heart?
Oh. All this time, your smile was masking the pain you were feeling on the inside?
Why didn't you say anything?
Alright, I apologize again. I had to go chasing after my dog. She ran down my fence line all the way to the back corner screaming at the neighbor's dog. So I had to pull her inside. Sorry about that.
How admirable, how determined, and how sad that our little infernal treasure's dream of receiving Daddy's love will never come true.
No! Her dream will come true! Al being an infernal treasure doesn't change a thing! You don't know anything about the love between parent and child! I won't let you get in Fuji's way!
As a wise radio talk show demon once said, just because someone is wearing a smile doesn't mean you know what is going on underneath. So I completely understand the reference you're making. However, hear me out. I'm going to pull something up here. Let me see if I can find this. Because this is a dialogue line that from an anime that I grew up watching that I am very fond of. And I hope I won't get copyright struck sharing this audio clip, especially since it's just going to be the audio clip and it's relevant to what we're talking about. I need to find the dub version of it, though. Alright, unfortunately, it looks like I can't find the English dub version of this voice line. So I will just read to you what the quote is that I'm looking for. The anime in question is Trigun, and if you're familiar with the original show, shortly after meeting the character Wolfwood, who is a priest of some variety, there are starving kids complaining about being hungry, and Wolfwood does not have a lot of resources to his name, but one of the things he does is he takes what little food he seems to have on him and divides it up with these hungry kids. And if you know Trigun, you know that Vash is a character that is prone to smiling and trying to talk up scenarios and try to be the positive guy in the room. But in this moment, after Wolfwood does this, he is seen smiling once again, and Wolfwood actually makes note something to the effect of, "Wow, I didn't even know you could smile like that. I've seen you smile before, but it always seemed to hurt. Always seemed empty." Something to that effect. I am pulling out of my brain because I didn't want to play the actual dialogue clip because I couldn't find the dub of it. But if you are familiar with the show like that, there are scenes that happen in media and shows that, for one reason or another, might stick with people a little bit more than some other things. That is a line from Trigun that, for whatever reason, has just stuck with me conceptually. All right, let me pull the heals out here. Actually, hold on. I actually think if I do this, I don't know if it counts as my move turn for Fuji. So if I put Fuji here, he doesn't actually move, and I think I can still move him afterwards. I just want to make sure I can actually still get the movement out of Fuji. Oh, there we go. I was wondering why I couldn't heal. Man, that is not a lot of healing that I'm able to get off here, but it should be enough to help Fuji push his way through the actual mission.
Be at peace.
My brother used to write down any quote he liked from any fiction. He just really liked collecting quotes. I actually do the same as well. I don't write them down. I actually take, if there are subtitles to it, I will put the subtitle on to grab the actual quote line I like, and I will take a picture of it in my phone. I actually have several on there. A lot of them from Yu Yu Hakusho, from, you know, relatively recent watchings of it. And I genuinely think that some of the quoted lines in that show are really, really good and hit really well. I have often referenced how Kuwabara is this a storyboard mission? Or yeah, it is. Okay, so go up here and deal with him. How Kuwabara is one of my favorite characters. And one of Kuwabara's lines that I just think is a great showing of his character, but also something that is just like is stupidly true, and something that is not given the kind of showing in people of the modern era. And I don't mean people as in every person, but you don't see it enough in enough people. It is not normalized anymore, and it's something that used to be. And it is the idea that, and I know there's always the idea of, well, but that's a stupid line and it's a fallacy because it's just like the no true Scotsman thing, and it's the idea, something to the effect of when real men do what they're supposed to do, it's not always about what they want. That's the quote, and I have heard so many people try to tear it down as far as like, again, the idea that it's using the fallacy of no real man would blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. It is a very valid line, very well delivered, and is very true. When someone is truly delivering on that virtuous narrative of what men can be, that's a true line. And if you can't accept that for what it is, I'm sorry that you're just that broken and shallow, I guess.
I'll show you. Wanna play?
I don't mean to be so crude about that, but like,
Wanna play?
there is a quality of person that is largely on decline in a lot of people. A backbone, a spine, and a willingness to do things for other people just to have done something for someone else. These are traits that are unfortunately fading, and something about that line just feels real. And to come out of the goofy gag character's mouth, I think, in my opinion, makes it hit even harder. Yeah, she's starting to get a little roughed up down there. Alright, no special abilities, so I can just walk up here and cut him down. No? Alright, he might have some special effect. Let's see here. Can I inspect what those are? Okay, here we go. No damage taken when on a G... Okay. Well, if I can't damage you, I can still give you a good yuckin'. Let's see if you can make it all the way back to the Geo panel. You cannot! Suck it, nerd!
Hey! I'll show you! Hey! Hey!
And then there's all the damage building up. It's more so all about the combos getting built up. I need to check something. They're doing green numbers. That doesn't mean it's healing her, right? No, she's actually getting hurt. Alright, let's see if that manages to help deal with this.
This body has failed me.
There we go.
You just wouldn't shut up. What a waste of time.
It's still too soon to let your guard down. If he really can keep reviving, he'll probably come back as something else.
Again, dog issues. Someone came up to my house and my dog is just freaking out. Think it might have been a family member coming by again. Sometimes it is just nice to... Hold on. I gotta manipulate this. YouTube is blocking a part of this chat. And it's looking like a good one, so let me read this. Sometimes it is just nice to help people just to help them. When I'm at my job, sometimes men in the parking lot will walk up and ask me for money. I'll usually hand them a couple of bucks if I have it. There is a degree of just being helpful. There is an element of this that is fading and losing consistency. That's very much in the vein of what I'm referencing, but like, even just if it's not very common these days for people to walk their neighborhoods the way that they used to and know their neighbors. In my neighborhood, there is a lot of elderly people. If I'm walking the neighborhood and it's like, let's say it's the day before trash day, and I see one of the elderly people trying to struggle with their trash bin getting it out, there is a lack of people that would see that person walk up and say, "Let me give you a hand." And it used to be that was commonplace. It used to be that there was a time where neighbors would go to neighbors' homes and just say, "Hey, I'm struggling with this, that, or the other thing. Can you give me a hand? Hey, I know that you do this job as a actual thing for what you do day to day. Can you help me with this thing that I'm struggling with? Hey, I know that you're capable of X, Y, and Z. Could you lend me a hand, please?" This used to be a neighborhood concept that was still around when I was growing up. It has gotten to the point where when I do that with people, and yes, I can hear that it was definitely a family member coming by that my dog was barking at. I can hear them upstairs now. Anyways, it used to be that when you, like, that was just the way things went. And yep. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it on there, but it's definitely picking up here. Hey, Dem, welcome to the stream. How are things going? You're just about to hear me get into some deep stuff about the unfortunate decline of our moral fabric of society. So, big thumbs up for the topic. But anyways, like I was saying, it has gotten to the point where, as someone who will do that, as someone who will walk onto the property and say, "Do you need help? Can I give you a hand? What can I do to help you?" It has gotten to the point where when I do that, people look at me like I'm some sort of, like I'm speaking a foreign language, and then, you know, they might just say, "Yes, please, thank you," and we might have a conversation about it, but it is like shocking to people to have someone just walk up to them and try to be a decent human being. And it is depressing to realize that not only are there so few people doing that now, but it has become so limited in the scope of reality that when it happens, people are shocked and taken aback by it. People are getting to the point where they get defensive when someone does this now. What are you going to do? What are you going to try to turn this into? How are you going to use this moment of my vulnerability to hurt me? That is a thing that you see from people nowadays, and it's sad. And I don't know how to help people in that scenario outside of just do it more. Whatever I see as being good and virtuous, do it more. Be more of that. When people are struggling, just be a good person always. And my hope is when I do a good turn unto someone, I can one day see it done unto someone else. When someone's struggling, reach out. When someone is hurting, help. You don't need to be the sole answer, but at least just say, "I see and I acknowledge, and if I can, I will help." But and you know, it's you can't force people to be good people, but you can try to plant the seed. Sow the mindset. Let people become neighborly again. And when I see my neighborhood come together, I think I've talked about this story before. We had a very disgruntled, angry old man move into a property nearby a couple of neighborhood kids who were actually the kind of kids that still go outside and still play. And they were getting super angry and upset that every so often the kids would wander into their yard to pick up a ball or whatever got knocked over there. And they were throwing such a stink about it that the neighborhood got together and were going to have a cookout like right in front of his property. We still ended up having it, but like not so aggressively because we couldn't like block the road and things like that. But we still set up like right in front of his property. But yeah, and it's just like, no, there is a neighborhood here. We are going to be neighborly. We are going to be better people. And all it took was enough people to say, hey, I've got this. Hey, I've got that. Let's get together. Let's send the invites around. So even though it was only like 5 or 6 people huddling together to throw something together, the entire neighborhood ended up involved. It only took a small number of people to actually be good about a situation and to push back in a valid and effective way to create a social change within our community there in that moment. It was exactly the you kids stay off my lawn kind of guy. But it wasn't just kids stay off my lawn. It's I'm going to put up signs of passively aggressive threats to people getting on my lawn. It was the kind of the old man of, hey, get off my lawn, that's calling the police on kids because they wanted to go get a fucking basketball. And so it was the community coming together and saying there are reasonable stances you can have for protecting your property, but you moved into here. You came into this community. This community was grounded and standing firm before your old ass showed up. Fuck you. You're going to figure out how to play along in this neighborhood. And like it is when we had police show up to the cookout that we had there. This is why I like local police. It was a local unit that came in. It was 2 guys. They were local police. I'm not going to say who specifically, but they weren't state and they weren't federal or anything like that. It was just like some good local cops showed up, and when they saw what was happening and they met with who was having the complaint, they went up to the house and basically said there's nothing we can do. They aren't doing anything illegal. This isn't an area that they have to have a permit for something like this. They're technically set up on someone else's property that have given the approval to it. Again, we weren't literally on his property and we weren't blocking the road. But we were still right in front of his house. It was you will see the community, be the community. And we are going to be loud, but not annoying. And so they actually just went up there and just said, there's nothing we can do. And then they came and it was just like, hey, while they were there, we served them up a plate of food, and it was just good local boys, do what you do, have some food, grab some drink, and then get back to your job. And that's like community being a community is something that is unfortunately fading. Anyways, so that was a sad avenue followed by a good heartwarming story, I hope, to end off with. Anyways, I've got some chats here to read up on. Most people would say something like they'll just use it to buy crack, and my response would be, if they do, they do. I just like helping people. What they do with it isn't my business. I will say, Rigid, in response to the statement made on your topic there, I'm not one to give people money very often. Pocket change here or there if I have it. But if someone comes to me and says, hey, I'm trying to achieve X, Y, and Z, I will say, hey, how can I help you achieve X, Y, and Z? If you're trying to get from A to B, I have more than once given people a ride. I remember one morning, I was sitting at an early release for a video game at GameStop. I was at the GameStop parking lot. I had just parked my car there. It wasn't like a midnight release or anything. I was just there waiting for the game to come out. It was like winter or something. And there was a guy in the area who was absolutely freezing. I could tell how cold he was, and he was just huddling to stay alive. I turned my car on. I turned the heat on. I lay a blanket in the backseat of my car. I had a blanket and I had a towel on hand. I laid him out because I'll be honest, a lot of homeless people sometimes aren't the cleanest of people. So I laid it out to protect my vehicle. I slid my front seat up, and I go over to him and I say, hey, while I'm waiting for my store to open up, how about you sit in my car and warm up a bit? He came in, he warmed up. He did stink. It was not a particularly pleasant sit in my vehicle, but the man got warm. And when it was time for me to say, hey, the shop opened up, I gotta get out. And I can't leave you here. So what it is I gave him the towel and the blanket, and I just said, my guy, just stay warm. It's not good out here. Take care of yourself. It's just small things. You don't have to bend over backwards and like rewrite society as an individual. Be a good person though. Help people. And so yeah, when it comes to things like that, if someone's saying, hey, I'm struggling to eat, I'll take them into the nearest shop and say, all right, pick out a good meal. I'll do that. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, now that we've had the story time, and I did mention when Dem came in, welcome Dem. Hopefully things are going well for you. Let me know what's been new with you, and hopefully, as always, we hope things are looking up and up. Just got back from watching my mate play football. They won the final, had a good weekend. Nice. The last guy I handed money to said that he'd pay me back and said not to worry about it. I just like being nice. There is a story I talk about with homeless people that was my pivoting point from I don't care anymore, I'm going to help. And that was early on in my college years. I was in that mindset of I don't want to give them money. I don't want to help them out too much because they're just gonna go and feed whatever bad habit they have. There was I was driving to my college course, whatever, I don't remember what it was, but I was driving and the entire side of my driver's side rear tire just blew out. Like, it wasn't a leak, it was a pop, a blowout. My car started skirting. I damaged the rim of my tire on this one. I actually had to replace all of the tire wheels on my vehicle as a result of that incident. But when I pulled over to the side and I was jacking up my car to put my spare on so that I could at least get to my college course and not have and not be at issue with that. I had jacked my car up and I was struggling on my own to break the nut loose, and this guy comes by. He was just a homeless guy. Very obvious. You know the kind of look. I don't need to describe anything. And he helps me, two people on the tool. We break the nut loose. We replace my tire. I didn't have anything. I was a broke college student. I was half the time eating dried ramen at the campus because I didn't have an effective way to boil any water. I was a broke ass bitch. This guy reached out and he helped me, and I had nothing to offer him but a hug and a thank you. At that point, I don't care what you're doing. If I can help you, I want to help you. The man helped me in a time of need. He had no need to, and it wasn't even that I needed the help, but I wanted the help, and he reached out for it all the same. I probably would have been able to bust that nut loose one way or the other. You see where that one was going when I said it. But with his help it was easier. And it's just, look, he planted a seed and I'm paying it forward every time I can. I have no way of knowing if anybody I have assisted in any of the interactions has been that man or knew that man. That doesn't matter. He showed the right way, and I said, I like that. I'm going to do that. Also, people have asked me for directions multiple times. I'm always happy to pull out my GPS and help them through it. Again, absolutely been there before. I once saw a homeless guy outside of Hold on, let me start this back up again. We've been on story mode in the same scene for too long. I will read this statement in a minute, Richard. I'm going to get through the story here, though.
So those shogunate guys are my dad's enemies?
Yes, that's right. You're a smart girl, Ao. I bet you know what you have to do to make your dad happy.
You know what's weird? Hearing him not be outwardly, obviously he's being the deceptive evil type, but having him not be outwardly so angry and gritty, I kind of like whoever the voice actor is. Like, he has got a bassy voice.
Beat up the shogunate, but Dad didn't look happy at all. Maybe Ao's not working hard enough. I wanted him to praise me, even if it's just once. I want to hear Dad tell me he's proud of me. If I want that, I guess I gotta beat up the shogunate a whole bunch of times to make Dad smile.
It happened again. Are we seeing Ao's memories?
I get it now. The shiny fragments we've been finding, they're pieces of Ao's soul.
Pieces of her soul?
Joe Doe said that Ao's body and soul are on the verge of collapse, right? Maybe bits of her soul are being left behind whenever she passes through.
I see. So we're able to see Ao's memories of the past when we encounter these soul fragments.
Wait! Isn't her soul breaking down super bad?
Yeah, we need to rescue her as soon as we can. Let's hurry up.
Ow! We're coming! I won't let you die all alone!
See? Please be careful! Don't let your curse kill you either!
Alright, so I'm going to start up this mission, and I will read this comment, and I do have a response to this as well.
We finally found you.
You did! You did! Playing tag is so much fun, isn't it, Dad?
They better not hurt me with Ao at the end of this.
First time you've ever come to find Ao. I'm super duper happy!
There are so many things I want to say to you. That's why I'm here.
You cannot end this chapter
Listen,
on me
Ao.
being hurt. Don't
I
you
really
fucking
do
do this game.
Love.
I kind of see the potential for it, and if they take that turn with this,
Be careful, Fuji. If you're vomiting blood just by having the feelings, doing or saying anything will likely kill you.
It's okay. I understand. You can't say it because of your curse, right? But you're still trying to tell Ao.
Ow.
The reason you chased Ao away and said mean things all the time is because you care, right? It's okay. I get it. Ao totally understands. You might be awkward about it, but I love how kind you are, Dad.
Ow.
But
just so
I
goddamn
don't have much
adorable.
time left.
No!
We definitely don't have any more time to chat with you, even if it's fun.
I don't have a camera, and you guys can't tell. I am actually tearing up a little.
That makes me so happy. But it's too late now. Ao's gonna do her best to kill you, Dad.
What? What? Hold up. Okay. While we let that sink in.
You sure about this?
Alright, is it just... Yeah, and I am just gonna have it be, I need to heal up after this mission. I need to remember that. I'm gonna have it just be Ao and Fuji here. Anyways, to read the comment, I once saw a homeless guy outside of a Wawa digging in the trash for food. I gave him money. I gave him money I had so he could get food from the Wawa. I understand Wawa is one of those bigger, I think they're like one of those gas station stores, like a Buc-ee's or whatever. I have not been to one, and I'm not overly familiar with them. However, the statement I wanted to say is recently I ran into something very similar. I had to get new glasses, and my God, getting the new glasses was a nightmare and a half. Horribly wrong additions added to my first pair. They didn't function. They didn't work well at all. And so I had to take them back, and I had to get a second pair ran, which was in a lot of ways right, but then it seemed like the prescription was wrong. When I went there the second time, I noticed that there was a homeless guy kind of around the side corner, not in the major walkway area, definitely trying his best to not be seen, to be out of the way. And I passed by him. I didn't say or do anything. He didn't, he just seemed like he was there laying down relaxing. But when I went in there and I picked up my glasses, they were still wrong. I gave it a couple of days and I had to take them back. I didn't see the guy. I got a new prescription ran, and the third pair, when I went in to pick them up, is correct. It's what I'm wearing right now. They're on the glasses front of things are just fine now. But when I went there to pick the glasses up, I saw the guy again, and he was notably like it was noticeable that he had lost more weight, that he was definitely a lot more frail than the first time I saw him. I don't know if maybe it was just I was aware of that second time seeing him, because he was more it was a slightly warmer weather and he wasn't as covered up, so maybe I just became aware of it then, or if he had actually just had a moment of deterioration. But several store locations, it's a strip mall style, several store locations down from where my glasses shop was.
Dad, it hurts.
God, that hurt, game! Stop it! Anyways, so I went down there, and I invited him in to have lunch with me, and I just walked into a couple stores down from the glasses shop is a pizza location, and they have a small sit-down area. Very few people actually sit down and eat there. It's mostly just a takeout pizza location. Anyways, I walked in there, and I made my order. It was just a standard, single topping pepperoni pizza. I picked up the entire pizza, I grabbed one slice, and I sat it down with him. I chatted with the guy for a little bit, eating my one slice of pizza, and then I just, I left the entire pizza there with him throughout the, we each ate our fill, and there was still a little bit of pizza left. And I just left it with him, wished him well, and went on my way. But, again, I was going to grab lunch anyways, and whatever I was going to pay for a lunch wherever I was going was probably going to be on par with buying a whole pizza anyways. So I had a slight change in my original plans. I got my fill. He got taken care of. Again, small things like that, they add up over time, and I truly believe it is enough people doing small things like that will change a cultural movement for the better. A lot of these people out here throwing massive, crazy protests, trying to burn down buildings, this, that, and the other thing, those people are not helping anything or anyone. Even the causes they think they're fighting for, they're just creating bad blood towards. It is these actual, genuine acts that I think will lead to better outcomes long term. That is where you're going to get more of your meaningful advancements. Now I've got to go to the game hurting me. Heal up your team. They're dripping blood. Thank you. I am going to need to do that.
I said I don't have much time left.
Ow, stop it already! Your body is starting to fall apart!
It's too late. I got a bit better after Grandpa gave me the demonic bow, but it looks like even that can't help me anymore.
Owl and the demonic bow separated?
The demonic bow's power is to heal. If that's what was keeping Ao's body together, then she'll decay even faster.
Is this another one of Ao's memories?
The reason Dad keeps avoiding me is because of his curse, right? He really does love me, doesn't he? I've always dreamed Dad would be by Ao's side, and that he'd tell me he loves me with a big smile on his face.
I think the reason this is hitting me so hard is I have talked about how my father and I would oftentimes be very aggressive with each other. It was not... In the moment, it was very hard to see the good. And I often had this very similar dream. This idea of... Have you ever seen... Oh, okay, this is gonna be really an obscure, dumb way to take this. But have you ever seen the sequel special thing to The Emperor's New Groove, Krunk's New Groove, where Krunk is just trying to bend the world around the idea so that he can get the thumbs up of approval from his dad? It was like that for me. It was the idea of... I so desperately wanted the idea of my dad to tell me, with genuine honesty, that he was proud of who I was and what I've become. And I fought through my life to try and get that. I had overcome obstacles that many other people look at and crumble before. I have built up a life from what professionals all my life have told me. You'd be lucky to end up living in a group home, living off the state. And here I am, doing way better than that. And my father passed away during a very unfortunate point in all of my family's life. We were in our hole about as low as we could have ever gotten. I'm really starting to tear up now. And in his passing, I lost that dream. There is no grasping at that anymore. Nothing I did, nothing there is nothing that can be done at that point to see that dream I was fighting for realized. And it put me in a very deep depression. The idea that at that point where I thought I was trying to live for me, I was still trying to live to please my father. Someone who was never very easy to please for anything, from anyone. And I kind of had that realization that if I can't live for him in that way, I gotta live for me. That's kind of where you get to overcome these things. But it was also the realization that I have talked about my belief religiously, in the idea that I might not be Christian in the same way a lot of other people are Christian. I might not be religious in the same way a lot of other people are religious. I have so many questions and I struggle with faith on so many fronts. And the way I reference it is I am agnostic theistic. I believe in a God, and I have a way that I try to live my life in pursuit of that religious fulfillment. and I have an ideology that I kind of hold as where I base things on, but I'm still struggling my way through it. I'm still trying to find the reality myself, but one thing I hold is the idea that there must be an afterlife of some meaning. And even if it's just to leave a positive, ethereal footprint behind, in some way, shape, or form, that can be, in a lot of ways, my... Man, I am sorry, guys. I'm actually really choking up. The good job from my dad that I could strive for. And I know people are going to say, Ian, it's a game, and this thing is like super supposed to be goofy, and I'm sure by the way a lot of these games tend to go, there's going to be a way that I was going to come back at some point. A lot of these narratives go that way. But in the moment, they try to make you feel things, and god damn it, here I am feeling. By the way, yes, Rigid, I need to heal up my team. They're dripping with blood and probably flipping the bird at you as we speak. I love these streams. It's one thing to see your ramblings typed out. It's another thing to hear you actually say it. It's nice. Thank you, Rigid. I don't, if I had a web camera on right now, you would probably be able to see that, yeah, I'm actually wiping away tears as I speak, and I don't know how much of it carries through vocally. I have headphones on, I can barely hear myself talk, but I actually can feel myself, like, choking on my words a couple of times there. And again, I've mentioned it earlier, I struggle myself with the idea of fearing death. What I fear is not dying. I fear having not done what I can with the life I was given, with the cards I was dealt. To hold on to my cards my whole life and having not played them. And so I see Ao here, and it's like, I understand the idea. I don't fear the dying, and I don't even think she does here, at least not for my takeaway. She is my understanding here, my takeaway, my source of relating to this moment and this character is she's losing what she wanted most. Now that it's finally in grasp, here she is losing it.
Enough! I know how you feel. I get it. I don't have to see that to know that
Thanks for coming after me, even though you're cursed, Dad. For the first time...
And even though, if she's gonna be going out at this point, she got her moment.
Dad, you won't have to suffer anymore. Because
Al? What's wrong?
Something isn't right with Al. She looks like she's in pain.
No! Dad! Stay back!
I did see that comment pop in. I'll read it once we're through here.
Really wrong with her. Come on, let's go.
First of all, Rigid, thank you very much. You're a very good person. Your beliefs, religiously speaking, are very similar to mine, but regardless of where we go and what's to come, let's enjoy what we have together. I couldn't agree more. Regardless of what is anything beyond the topic there within, even as a holistic view, not just, I assume that to be like a one-to-one, you to me kind of statement, but even expanded beyond that, from one person to another, no matter who it is and what you come across on your day-to-day, the idea should be there of we're all here together We all have our struggles. Just be human with each other. Be humane. I don't know where to take it from to properly portray the thought there, but I think I talked about like the Green Mile last time. The quote, just I'm tired of seeing the hate. If you know the movie, you know the quote. Fuck, I'm sounding like a cheesy anime protagonist. Be the anime protagonist, Rigid. There's nothing wrong with that. As a man who will sit here on my own pedestal, built upon my own shamblings of a life, and proclaim that I am the greatest, by all means, man, play the role. Be the greatest. Be the hero. Fuck it. I think when people let themselves feed into that, you can get a lot of good, as long as you don't let the ego consume you.
Al, are you okay?
Am I okay? I don't need anyone's pity, especially not your vomit-inducing concern.
I think she's trying to try and create a moment
No,
to...
It's worse than wrong. It seems almost as if she's being controlled by something or someone.
Really?
I took a peek at her soul. That's not Al.
Okay.
Indeed, it's me.
Oh shit, yeah, he did say he wanted to try that, but I thought there was a limit there.
I finally took over this vessel. It's mine.
That is evil.
Rid of that stupid demonic bone. It really ended up working out for me.
That is heavy.
Lord Mugai was so nice to his granddaughter. Something this strong should have been mine from the start.
I'll only say this once, Magistrate Shithead. If you don't leave Vows' body right now, I'll kill you.
That was a very well-delivered line, but it is wild how incredibly trope-heavy this entire story is, but I genuinely think because it knows that and because it leans into that so much, and the franchise is built on the idea of doing that and doing it well. Despite this story being very reminiscent of just a million other stories that have come before it, it plays that note well. And I think it does a great job telling its story.
Such intense bloodlust. I'm shaking. You really are Mugai's son. Regardless, I'm not scared. This body's top class. It's strong and fast. Beating Demodor Opener would be child's play, literally. Just a little burst of power and... See?
So fast!
His attacks are on a completely different level from ours. A direct hit would be fatal.
That's Al's body, right? Why is it suddenly so much more powerful?
Al's been holding back this whole time. If she went all out, she could even destroy a star.
Holy damn.
But now her powers are under the control of Magistrate Shithead. One wrong move and we're toast.
It doesn't matter what you do. You'll die at the hands of someone you love. I'm going to unleash all my strength.
I can only... I mean, again, obviously, this as a game is not being super encroach, okay? I will be right back, though. I do have to go use the restroom now after all that chasing after the dog. Joe Doe really loves jumping inside a little girl. Somebody call Aaron Hansen. Whew! That's a spicy quote. Alright, so before I walked off, I was starting down a thought, and I want to try and see if I can't grasp that thought back. I need to throw her off of that platform as well.
In the name of the show sign.
I didn't heal again, didn't I? I didn't heal again. I am so bad at this.
You sure about this?
Okay.
And away.
Let's just deal with it this way. All right. So to make the statement though, this isn't just like a kidnapping. You have someone essentially, if I look at this from the perspective of Fuji dad, Ao daughter, if I look at it from that perspective, this isn't just a kidnapping, which is already, when you have a lot of like story narratives of a man's daughter getting kidnapped, you have already opened up the door for a nightmare ass beating that no reasonable person would even feel sorry for you receiving. But this isn't just a kidnapping. This is a corrupting. This is someone has taken from you your daughter, corrupted her, and has fundamentally changed who she is, where she is, and how she can be. You have taken away her own agency from her. This is when you dig beneath the surface, this is an evil and malevolence that I can't even fathom the degree to which I think any loving father would tear the world apart.
So you wanna duel?
Just from the frustration alone.
Hey, Maker Dude!
Like, that, it is, from that perspective, it is terrifyingly sad. And then for you as the father to have to be the,
Let's study.
under these circumstances, the solution. Like, just try to comprehend that, and I don't think I could. All right, let's deal with all of this here. Yeah. All right, at the end of it, that should be enough damage to deal with Ow.
Dude, when push comes to shove, dude. Ugh. Dude. Ugh.
This body has
All right,
failed
so that was
me.
much unnecessary overkill regarding the level of preparation I was putting into that.
You brat! You're still resisting me?
What makes me say what I said though is, you know, I've mentioned before, I'm an uncle, got a nephew, got 2 nieces, and I can tell you, from the stance of an uncle, I don't know to what crazed ends. You know the song Seven Nations Army? A 7 Nation Army couldn't hold me. You know, I think that's Africa. A 7 Nations Army couldn't hold me back. That like that line, you start to understand the idea of you. It would take the ultimate of the world. Nothing short of death stops you from saving people you care about. Whoops, I dropped my gallbladder.
I can see it! Owl's trying to force Jojo out of her!
Really? We should all cheer her on. Ow! Can you hear us? You can do it! We believe in you!
Quiet! Shut up! Shut the hell up! How dare a fellow infernal treasure!
Ow! She's collapsed.
Who won?
Dad.
Woohoo! You did it, Ow!
No. At this rate, that bad guy's gonna take over again. You have to kill Al, Dad.
And that is an ask that
I'll end up hurting you and everyone else you
I think would tear someone apart.
Don't be stupid! How can I kill my own daughter? I know you don't want to die either!
Hearing that from you makes me really happy, but it's okay. I came here to die.
You what? Ow! What do you mean by that?
Dad, you're super nice, so if you kill me, you'll never ever forget me, right? Even if I can't feel your love, as long as you remember me forever, I'll be happy. That's why I decided that when I die, I want you to be the one to kill me.
How heartbreaking! Don't give up! Let's find a way to save you! There has to be a way! I'm positive!
It's okay. I can't be safe. So, before I hurt you, Dad, let me die by your sword. Don't ever forget me.
Okay, so reading back to Rigid's comment, I need to go heal my group.
Need a
And
prayer?
oh, I didn't even realize Susan wasn't even available during all
Blessings
of
be
that.
upon you.
Whoops.
I'll show you the way, dude.
But damn, this is getting heavy.
I always knew about everything. That you used a lot of lives to create me. And that Grandpa lied to me. I knew that what Grandpa wanted me to do was bad. I knew I was hurting people. But I still wanted you to pay attention to me. Even if it was just for a little while, I wanted to feel love.
And that is true as to why a lot of children will act out quite often. There is something lacking, something missing, and they don't know what it is, how to get it, and they'll quite often act out in an attempt to get some attention, one way or another. That excuse kind of only holds up for so long in the development years, but it's also why those years are so critical to trying to raise someone as best you can. But again, to have a note of real world brought into the game like this, though, in that way.
I'm sorry I was so selfish. I love you, Dad. Al loves you so much.
It really ends here this
I didn't even know he was gone, Rigid. I see you put that up in here in the,
Get out, magistrate shithead. I've got no business.
I see you put that clip in the Discord.
What kind of a bluff is that? Or do you not understand the situation?
I missed a
you're
line
in
here. I
right
gotta
now?
double back and check on it. Alright, there we go. I just wanted to catch up on what was said.
If Al dies here, or if I defeat you all, you won't be able to access the infernal sanctuary. You're out of options.
You're wrong.
What?
We're not out of options. We'll get Al back and enter the Infernal Sanctuary. You'll see.
That's what I like to hear, Perillica. We have a clear path ahead of us. All we
I
have to
do
is
love how
follow.
that kicked in with the background
What
music.
if I use my demonic staff to order your soul out of Al's body? That'd save her, wouldn't it?
I'll use my demonic axe to predict when your soul will leap out. The probability of capturing you, 100%.
And when that happens, I'll use my demonic gun to get ya. We'll rescue Al for sure.
Why won't you give up? There's no way
That-
you'll win. You're
Wait a minute. Did the party just like if the collective IQ of everyone coming together and it's like somehow they worked something out?
Oh, is the pathetic little worm scared? Looks like cutting down your soul is exactly what
It's
we
like
need to
watching
do.
cavemen just like take two sticks and rub them together and getting fire.
Sword can't slice through. If someone tries to get in my way, to hell with fate! I'll cut you down!
Okay, so my question is, do I actually have to play that out?
Do you know who you're you're
in
talking
the combat, or do I just use
Sure
Fuji's?
about this?
Let me see here. Let me take a look. Isn't it through like hell mode and then the special? Alright, either way, I've got to work and cut my way through the enemies to get up there.
Think you can beat me?
Yeah, that's exactly when the opening theme starts playing. That's when you know shit's going down. I wonder if I have to actually make use of this ability or not. I don't know if the game's gonna make me do that, but it's an interesting one. Alright, so technically speaking, that is all of the intended players if that skill is what I need to do. So, we'll start off with that. Alright, hell mode then special, yeah. But my question is do I just need to do that with just Fuji? Or are they going to make me actually do the playout plan with everyone? And if so, do I have to build up their hell meter? It would be interesting for them to require that, but it would also be very much out of normalcy for the game. I mean, that's a new skill, and I'd like to see what it does, so let's take a look at that. Oh man, and that would be able to reach. Okay, hold on. Let me deal with Fuji first. Get Fuji out of here. It looks like I've actually got a couple of new skills. I don't want to use hell mode until I get closer to Ao though. Alright, no matter what, I'm gonna hit Suisun, but I want to see the new skill, so Worth. And while I'm dealing with that, we'll bring some healers out to deal with my need to see the new thing. Alright, can I get one more character over there? Okay, yes, but I actually think Kagome is a better character to throw forward with. Alright, so we'll execute this round and then we'll do some healing.
Engage.
Okay, that was kind of cool. These higher skills, that's kind of cool looking. Alright, let me see if I can't keep Suisun alive. Oh, absolutely. More than enough. Fair enough, fair enough. And I got to see the effect.
Rear support.
I'm assuming the game isn't going to mandate that I build up the meter to do all of that, because it doesn't seem like they've put enough enemies on the board for me to do so with enough reasonability. For everybody to build up the necessary hell mode.
With my brother.
It's like there's a certain amount of taking damage that I'd have to do as well as giving damage. And I'm not sure if it necessarily is going to make me do that.
And away!
Prillica can go down here and finish them off. No. Okay, there we go. Finish them off. With Suisen.
Excuse me. As best I can.
Let's really get some distance in. Whoop, some distance here. Monster toss. Right. And then up here. Alright, so actually, let me do this instead. Yes. And then hit him with a special, I guess. Not enough range. Not enough range. That's enough range.
Pay attention now!
I got it! Won't change! Target locked.
Let's go! Don't you... I've failed.
That was actually a relatively successful turn.
I'll take your
Alright,
and your
that's a little bit of damage, Ieyasu. Let's back up a little bit. I think, yeah, I can still do some damage with that. I can clear out all three of them with that skill. Let's again focus on getting some healers up there.
Dispatching.
I don't think I need all of them up there, so if I can just get you close enough to use a Giga Heal, might be relatively well off. Alright. And then let's lift. Yeah, we'll lift Fuji, that's okay. This ought to be relatively effective. In fact, I need to move one back, I think. There we go. Let's see what that does.
Pay attention now! Nice!
Alright, so next turn I think we activate Hell Mode.
We will win!
And even with all of those enemy boosts, I think I'm mostly good. Alright, let me see here. I think the way I want to do this is
Here it comes!
that.
Excuse me. Incoming. And away!
This ain't cheap.
Alright. And from here, it should be the Divine Kanzan. That's the only special skill I have here. And I imagine that's... Oh boy, that changes everything. Hold on. Alright, so he's already hell moding, but I get 3 turns out of that. So I'm going to change my original game plan here. I think I'm going to have to throw her off of the platform here.
Step aside!
Yeah, it's actually some pretty beefy damage. I am glad I healed. Yeah, stop with the parrying. The parrying is going to get you killed. Alright, here we go. Now I can take Hegon. Throw Hegon off of here. There we go. That'll do the job. And that's the only thing I can assume to be the right idea here.
Demonic sword! Anzan Musashi! Prepare yourself! Final cut!
I'm no longer needed.
I assume that'll still work out all the same.
You were able to avoid the kid and only cut my soul, but it's not like she's got much time left anyway. You'll lose your only way to get into the infernal sanctuary. I did it, Lord Mugai. I was more useful than this little...
Al. I'm sorry for everything. I've been ignoring you and blaming it on some stupid curse this whole time. I was scared. Because you're the living proof of my crimes. But I'm putting an end to that today.
Again, the sprite art there was a little off for the
I won't let you die.
situation. God, that's adorable though.
Hold still, okay, Al? You'll feel better soon.
Owl's shattered soul is healing.
Is this the same skill that saved Suisen?
I see. Like me, Ao is a living infernal weapon. It makes sense that Fuji can heal her.
But for Fuji, saving his own child is the equivalent of ending his own life.
Fuji, you'll die at this rate. Please, you need to slow down.
Slow down? No way. Al's been waiting for me all this time. I can't make her wait any longer.
Dad, no! The curse will kill you if you don't stop! No! I don't want you to die! Dad!
It's fine. As long as I feel anything, the curse will eat away at me. It's just proof that I love you to death, Al. It's pretty ironic. No matter what mean things I say, this curse exposes how I really feel. I'm sorry, Al. I wasn't even close to being a real father to you. If I can save you before I die, that's enough for me. Live, Al. Your birth isn't a sin. There's no way it ever could be. Live life in your own way.
Dad!
I've lied to myself this whole time. I lost sight of who I really was. But now, I've finally kept to my Bushido way. I'll die to protect those dear to me. That's my Bushido! I've always loved you. I always will. Ow.
Dad, no! No, no, no! What's the point of saving me if you won't be around?
I won't allow this! As if I'd ever let it end this way! The way of Bushido is found in death. That's what they say in this netherworld. Fuji's last moments were valiant. His brave actions deserve to be praised. But I won't accept it! Death is not a virtue! If that's what you call Bushido, I'll cut it down! You're criticizing Bushido? You? The Hinomoto Otaku?
Atta girl. Your stubbornness impresses even me. Higanze Shosai.
Welcome, Keegs. You're just stopping in at the big emotional moment, and I'm fighting back tears. How's things going, man? Hopefully things are going good for you. You missed a lot of emotional discussions earlier. It's super tropey, it's super campy. There's nothing you can say to stop that, but when a story just hits on right notes, it makes you feel.
I'll use your 100 million hell to buy some ukiyo-e canis!
Don't you dare spend my money for silly
Oh man. Anyways, I'm sorry if I'm not talking a whole lot, Keegs, right now. I just got over a lot of the emotional roller coastering of this game, and have been just kind of wallowing in the end moment there.
Heriko saved me, huh?
Man, I wish you could have seen how badass Perilika was. She was trying to save you with all her heart.
It was like the demonic bow was responding to Perilika's call. The 7 bombing weapons really are amazing.
I never foresaw a future where you would be resurrected, Fuji. You all never cease to surprise me.
Pipe down, would ya? Ugh, you're so damn annoying.
I'll be honest, there was a part of me that genuinely thought there could be a possibility of going into the final arc without Fuji. I wouldn't have been all that surprised if they would have made that as like the big twist. And you know, again, like I said, with a lot of these games,
You're still cursed? Come on!
the real question is, can I handle the feels? I don't know if you've played this game, Keegs, but we really did just have a I'm struggling to speak.
You can't just say you'll take his place like
One moment.
But we'd mind if you died. We care about you and Fuji. Death is not an option.
Huh? You too? You'd be sad if I died?
Of course! You're our friend after all. You're one of us.
Thanks. Thank you.
That's not my name. Call me Perilika.
Sorry, once again had someone swinging by, and my dog was losing her shit.
Weird name. Okay. I'll call you Perilika.
Roller coaster of emotions to finish Ian's sentence. Yes, thank you. We just got off of this whole character realizing their position, making good on certain things, having a big character arc wrap up, and hitting a lot of notes very close to home. And like I said, there were some stories shared that got a little emotional and a little deep. I definitely, I'm not gonna say may or maybe did not. No, I definitely, I'm slapping my desk now. I definitely cried. There was definitely a little bit in there, and sorry that I deviated there for a second, but had to go deal with my dog. I have never played. The Disgaea games are usually told to be very comical and campy and play off a lot of common characterized tropes. and put a little bit of their own spin and twist on them. So it's been a long while since I even felt like Disgaea could pull something like that off. And so to have that in their most recent entry, that surprises me.
Hey, no cutting in line. Okay, you can call me darling. That's what all the girls in here do.
You got a death wish, Ieyasu?
Fuji, what's with that face? You're scaring me.
But anyways, yeah, we had
Seems you have all forgotten,
Fuji
but we're
there
right near
just
the enemy stronghold.
through a series of unique circumstances is technically Ao's father here, and yeah, so daddy issues boiling to the surface, let's put it that way.
All that's left is to take down Mugai. Our next battle's the big one. It'll be our most crucial fight yet.
But also having a very sweet and heartfelt closure to it as well.
What is it, Al?
But given some of the tropey natures that this game can take, I was actually prepared for the game to say, hey, Fuji's not in the final chapter, and you'll get Fuji back for a lot of your post-game content afterwards. I would not have been surprised if they tried to hit it with that twist. Yes, the Disgaea character designs are usually very, very good. Even when the story hasn't been all that successful, there are still great character designs in Disgaea.
Always changing. It's about time for Mugai to step down.
And although it's kind of after the fact, when playing through this game, it was very common for me to talk about a lot of the character designs because there's a lot of familiarity, and I am coming to this game actually off of the heels of finding Disgaea 5 relatively mediocre and actually feeling insulted by Disgaea 6, by like it being so bad. So to come off of what seemed like a harsh collision to a crash course failure, I was actually at the point of willing to pass Disgaea 7 entirely. And it was actually Christian, Rigid Rat, in the comments that convinced me to give this game one more try, to give the franchise a chance to pull itself out of the tailspin. And I have absolutely adored my time with this game and very much need to pay respect where respect is due, that Rigid definitely helped pull this game out of the gutter for me. So we are actually into the last chapter, the end point of this game, and well, okay, and I assume the threshold that the game's working at here is, I don't know if they're gonna let us save Prilika's dad. It seems like that's kind of a weird twist point to rely on for it right now. It seems like such an afterthought. But basically, I'm assuming we're definitely going to be killing Fuji's dad. I think that's going to be
Lost lambs.
the end
This
point
is
of
the May God
story
watch over
here.
you.
Where to, dude?
So I guess without further ado, I planned to finish this game today, and although we are looking at a relatively lengthy stream, I am gonna finish this chapter out and see where it goes. I don't know how many chapters there or how many sections to this chapter there's gonna be, but I'd assume the same as every other. I don't know how they're gonna fit them all in, though.
This is the entrance to the Infernal Sanctuary.
Ow.
We made it!
It's too soon to celebrate.
That is a
Ready
heavily
for anything
inked
once we open the gate.
portrait there, compared to a lot of the other art drops we've gotten.
Yoichi. Suisen's demonic axe. Zenshi Kintoki. Master Higan's demonic
Wait.
spear. Banji Tadakatsu.
Hold the fuck up!
Hichu Ryoma.
Fuji's little red scarring is on the wrong side.
Tokugawa Tenge. And my demonic sword, Kanzan Musashi.
I had to look at the actual art in the bottom left to realize that, but I kind of looked at this and felt like something seemed off.
Let's throw everything we've got at it.
Obviously, a couple of the faces are a little distorted, but also, like, his character art is just wrong. I really like that horned scarlet-haired lady. I'm working on recognizing the names. Yes, Hegon, I believe, is the character you're referencing. And for reference, Keegs. Hold on, let me pause the story for a second here. For reference, that character design was kind of what originally made me say, okay, hold on, let me take a look at something here. And then Rigid actually, again, sent me a lot of more information about the actual game. So, no joke, Hegon's character design gave me two very good reasons to look into this game a little bit farther. And Rigid came by and said, okay, but how about I give you some real reasons? I would not be outside of the realm of reality to say that in the earlier episodes there was some possibly unfortunate, definitely heavy degrees of simping for Hegon. I have a taste, I have a particular taste, and let's just say that is a flavor I was all in for.
Hey, Al, if you're scared, you can always hold on to handsome old me.
You want to die before the fight even starts?
I'm not being sleazy. She's your daughter, bro.
I feel like that doesn't help you, Ieyasu. Anyways, Rigid, I kind of want that as a poster, and Keeg's big agreement. I'll be honest. When I saw that was a heavily inked thing, I want to point out that that's not a negative. I like a lot of that heavy ink looking. The only thing that threw me off about it was something about the faces didn't quite look right to me. And again, the body art on Ieyasu, or not on Ieyasu, on Fuji, I thought was backwards, but it's correct here. But when you see him on the left side, it flips over. And so I'm not sure what they're going for the real look of it is, and I never noticed that. But if you see it in the bottom left, and it also shows up when he's on that side of the screen for whatever reason, it does flip over. And I just think he's been on the left side of the screen so much that that's what I've gotten used to seeing it as. But apparently it flips around when he's technically flipped around himself. He's the main character of the story, and quite often what you have is enemies on the right and your allies on the left for the story portrayal. So he has been largely on the left side of the screen for the game, and so I think that's why it just looked so weird and off to me.
You and your friends always look like you're having so much fun, Dad.
Oh, you're into horns too? Yeah, the horns.
She's used up all of her powers, but it's okay, Fuji.
No, look, I'm not gonna hide behind it. There is definitely something about a woman that can kick my ass that has a little bit of appeal, let's say.
You don't have to apologize.
I've referenced it before. If you're familiar with the incredibly famous and large YouTuber Markiplier, he had a whole situation around one of the Resident Evil games coming out about being attracted to a strong, powerful lady. And look, as much as I might not agree with his character choice because I just don't get into the whole vampire thing, I get it. I relate. I understand. So, let me just build into that.
We are going to stop Opener's execution, aren't we? Perhaps
If you've ever watched the movie Knocking on Heaven's Door for Cowboy Bebop, there is a line by Spike in there, and it's just like, when I first watched the movie and we got to that point, it's like, yeah, no, I get it. I'm there. I feel you, bro.
Any further,
The line being, of course, I like a woman that can kick my
You just
ass.
don't know when to quit. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson?
I am surprised that Big Bull is still sitting around. I thought he was done last time.
There's only one thing on my mind. No matter how many people try, I won't let anyone pass.
But he said that at least twice before.
Think for yourself. We'll keep fighting you until you get it through your thick skull.
There's a certain point in the Knuckles show, without getting too spoilery, where a certain character pulls out a cardboard cutout of a muscular woman, and I absolutely asked, Ian, is that you? Look, there is like an upper threshold, but look, there's just I'm a simple man with a simple brain, and I know where my head and heart rely, and it is unfortunately, or fortunately, in a location far too vulnerable.
Final blow.
Let's get a lot of bodies out here. Nope, not what I meant to do. Get C4 out here. I think she can hit him from, yeah, she'll hit him all the way from out here. I need to continue Knuckles. I'm gonna put episode 2 on later. I watch too many shows. I have been unfortunately unable to watch enough shows. My list of shows to watch is ever growing, and to make it a reference, I'm a bit of an anime fan, and one anime I have been watching and enjoying since the airing of the first season was The Rising of the Shield Hero. I still haven't finished season 3. However, I've only got like 3 episodes left, I think, but that tells you how little TV I've been, or shows in general, I've been able to watch recently. And everything that has come since that season aired has just been added to a list of things to check out that I'm not even sure I'll ever get to at this point. But I'm hopeful. Ever the optimist. And also ever the individual prone to stuttering, apparently. Man, that was... I felt that one. Let's see if I can clear away. Yeah, okay, let's see if that clears enough of a way for Fuji to just charge on through.
Let's go.
Yep. Let's get Buffy down here. I think Buffy can deal with both of these characters. Not enough. Back up a little bit. Is that good enough or not far enough? It's good enough to hit him, so we'll ride on that. What's on your list? As far as anime goes, well, I'll tell you the most recent edition. I'd have to look up my list and pull it out, and I can't really do that while I'm streaming. At least not without closing the game and then showing everybody my computer far more than I want to. But I can tell you the most recent thing is it has been brought to my attention that a manga that I have been meaning to read, I had it put on my Amazon wish list all the way out when the first manga was coming out. I had the first manga the first volume on my Amazon wish list, never picked it up. I never got around to reading it. But it's one that I've been wanting to get into, and it's Kaiju number 8. And a couple of friends of mine have just informed me that that manga now has a show, and that is my most recent addition to it. And the only reason I remember that one offhand is because it is freshly added just last night.
Friendship power reloaded.
I still haven't watched the live-action Yu Yu Hakusho. And I'll be honest, for me, that's going to be a bit of a hate watch because at this point I know what I'm getting into and I know what they've done and I know that I'm not happy about it. But I also know that I am a sucker for Yu Yu Hakusho and I want to at least check it out and have some hopes that will inevitably be crushed violently. I've seen that mentioned online. Yeah, it's, again, I have not been able to be online nearly to the degree I wish I could be. Let's clear these out.
Let's go.
Alright, I think, yeah, okay, that's enough of a, again, enough of a path to get all the way up here, and then I should be able to start hitting him with some relative... Or... Big or... Let's do this! Oh, and recently another addition to that list.
My defenses.
I know that Netflix recently got Great Teacher Onizuka on for a show to watch, which is a show that I never have seen and was brought up recently on my Discord by somebody else in there. I can't remember who it was. Rigid probably knows. I think it's the Yu-Gi-Oh friend from Rigid, and I can't think of their username right now. It's escaping my brain. But that is another show that was recently added to my list because it was brought up again, and it's like, I haven't seen that, and I've long been meaning to.
How could my super steel armor break after I added all those extra layers? Maybe I should try adding some fluorocarbonate.
You idiot. You really don't learn.
That's not true! I haven't overlooked anything this time! I sent a notice to all 13 magistrates, asking for backup just now.
He really did. Even I received his text. I will flag it as spam.
Oh, sorry, Susan. Anyways, that means an army will now descend on the infernal sanctuary. When it comes to defense, it all boils down to the difference in military might. I'm sorry to say, it's your loss.
That's not true. Unity's vital for defense. Who'd come to back you up, doofus?
What?
Woohoo! Partyasu, you're here! I'm glad you got my back.
Yes, Demon Sword. Thank you for that, Rigid. That is the person that brought up the show. And that's actually one that, because of his recommendation, I thought that when I get around to eventually watching it, whenever that happens, if it does, I would like to actually do that as a watch list on a group watch via the Discord as well. Which reminds me, after this stream, I should probably put a link down below for my Discord, because I don't think I've done that on my channel yet.
Oh?
Because I'm terrible at this whole YouTube thing.
So, Ieyasu, it'll take me some time, but I've decided to start over with you guys. I'll catch up with you later, so go ahead and stop Opener's execution.
Thanks! You're on fire, cuz!
Alright, anyway, so there were some comments here I want to read that are backed up a little bit. People have been talking a lot of shiz about the Knuckles show online, and I just ignored them and ended up enjoying it anyways. I don't know anything about the Knuckles show. I have heard very little. For a lot of things, I am relatively capable of, when I don't want to have spoilers, when I don't want to see information I don't want to see, I am fairly effective at keeping my blinders up. To tell you just how effective I am at this, it's no secret that I'm a fan of Pokemon. It's no secret that I am playing through the DLC for Scarlet and Violet on my channel after this, to which I've technically started, just never finished, So that is my next project for a stream, is to finish the Pokemon DLC. I still don't know a lot of information about what is yet to come that I haven't seen in the DLC. The DLC is old and done with, and I'm still in the dark because I want my experiences to be fresh, front, and new with that on every front. So I'm fairly good at keeping the blinders up.
We're definitely in enemy territory.
And Keegs, yeah, I heard the live action of Yu Yu Hakusho wasn't great. I was hoping it would be like One Piece. I didn't even know it came out. Yeah, that was just a long line of dialogue. I thought it went on to the next line. I was hoping it would be like One Piece. I didn't even know it came out until a week after because I didn't see anyone talking about it. I was super interested in, you know, kind of feeling out the field before I got into it because Yu Yu Hakusho is quite possibly just my favorite anime in general. And so I was very much skeptical of it. Even the One Piece live action, I have seen some of that. I'll be honest, I didn't view it as favorably as a lot of people did. And that's not to say I viewed it negatively. The way I'd say that is Dragon Ball Evolution is something I view negatively. The One Piece live action is something I view neutrally. I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was bad. I thought they made too many changes that I didn't like, and that kind of soured my takeaway from it. But I also think that they got good enough that I can understand why some people are liking it. I am of the unpopular opinion that when people talk about like the One Piece live action and they praise it and glorify it, I am of the opinion that the reason people view it that way is because in the live action scene, we have been fed such shit for so long that getting a pile of feces on a plate is what we're used to seeing when it comes to live action shows. And to finally get something that is breaking the threshold into watchable, in comparison to what we've gotten so used to, we see it as some grand experience. And again, when I look at it through a very critical eye, because let's be honest, I've consumed way too much media in my life, and I struggle to not be critical when the mood strikes me. I saw it as very mid, but again, mid compared to what we've been getting. I get it. It's just not something I inherently agree with. But the Yu Yu Hakusho one, I was prepared. I was going into the concept already very displeased with what I was looking at. And then with the idea of things being so rushed, I was off. I was very much turned off. It's something I still want to go see, but it's just, I want to see to fully understand, if that makes more sense.
No fighting! Your powers haven't been completely restored. Leave it to us. We'll swap them in one fell swoop.
Yo, we're getting everybody in here. We're getting our end game scene. Everybody's opening the portals and coming through.
Tarnation, C4. We're going all in for y'all to win. We ain't gonna let it end here.
I still like Yayaka's just super southern accent. It's just goofy and I like it.
You go on ahead. We're the idol duo, Princess Yayakura, and we're always on the winning side.
They identified the Shogunate as losers and switched sides at the speed of light. I'd expect nothing less of them.
At Keegs, I just saw like 10 minutes of the Yu Yu Hakusho live action and it turned me off from it. Also doesn't help that Yu Yu Hakusho is one of the anime I like watching dubbed. Again, I agree, it's one of the big dubbed shows for me as well. You're gonna hate me, Dragon Ball Evolution is my favorite bad movie. I love the cheesiness of the movie, You can tell the actors knew that they are making a bad movie, and they're just like, F it. I've given a little bit more of a deep dive to Dragon Ball Evolution before, and to very quickly summarize some of the points is, as a bad movie, as watching a terrible movie, I kind of get the appeal, especially like it's like when there's a car accident outside, and it's like you watch it and your head pivots and you're just like, there's nothing, I'm just watching the accident happen. It's that kind of my premise of it is kind of in that vein. And then there are some jokes, there are some references made in it. I have said before, if you dropped the Dragon Ball aspects of it and made it more of a parody to the dynamic of anime as a concept, I actually think there was something that could be enjoyable there. Where it gets beaten into the ground is trying to be a Dragon Ball live action. Richard, I unironically enjoyed Dragon Ball Evolution the first time. I watched it because I separated it from the source material, and I was less of a critic of movies I watched at the time. Again, like I said, if you separate it from the source material, there are elements to it that are actually kind of, weirdly enough, I'll even say cleverly done. My go-to point is the call to all of anime characters at its time having wild, absurd hairdo. When Goku, or what was it? When Goku tried to put the gel in his hair and like slick it back or whatever it was, and it just flung back forward like a fuck you, we're anime, we're gonna do our thing. Again, as a moment in isolation, that's kind of a clever joke. It's very fitting. There are highlights to it that if stripped of Dragon Ball, could have made it something that I think people would look back on as more openly the understanding of, but that was an enjoyable bad movie. Like Birdemic in a sense. I have made references to your Twitter and followed within... I'm sorry, what? I assume that is an OnlyFans joke. YouTube immediately took that down, and they're probably side-eyeing me now. I don't understand what's going on with the censorship attempt there. I'm assuming that's supposed to be OnlyFans. I have to continue my Yu Yu Hakusho watch as well. How far have you made it, Keegs? I think you had referenced on the Discord that you have made it to the Dark Tournament. I'm curious if you have finished the Dark Tournament or if you're like somewhere in the middle. Unironically, the Dark Tournament arc, to this day, many people still tout as one of, if not the best tournament arcs in all of anime. And it really hits a lot of notes well.
I can't let you lose to anyone or anything.
It's also got my favorite power-up moment. I know a lot of people look at like going Super Saiyan as the iconic moment. I actually like and relate more conceptually to Yusuke's power-up in the Dark Tournament. I won't say anything more than that because we're getting into too much spoiler territory, but it is very similar and very different at the same time, and I kind of like what it does and how it does it.
Crispy Dark is here too?
Fuji, I declare a ceasefire. I, the Great Crimson Dark, will offer my help this time, and only blood!
Yeah, I had finished the Dark Tournament arc, and I believe I was 2 episodes into the next arc. As a fan of tournament arcs in general in anime, Yu Yu Hakusho did it best in my opinion. Yeah, very few can even come close to the Dark Tournament as far as that element goes. But now that I know that Keegs has finished the Dark Tournament arc, I don't have to worry about spoiler in response to the end of it there. However, for anybody who might end up watching this video after the fact, if you don't want any spoilers. Skip ahead to when gameplay starts because I won't be doing any gameplay while I'm talking about it. So we're just going to sit on this scene for a little bit. In the end of the Dark Tournament arc, so when Goku goes Super Saiyan, his friend dies, and it's a lot of outward wrath. A lot of it is, you did this, you monster. I need to reach a deeper, darker part of me so that I can overcome this issue and deal with you. The Yusuke one, and the reason I like it more, and the reason it really resonates more with me, as someone who has dealt with depression multiple times in my life and has been in that deep, dark despair and risen above, and kind of tend to try to promote this pushing back positivity thing. The Yusuke arc being so internal, his power-up being, I was the problem. The power was always there. Again, with Goku, the power was always there. You were always a Saiyan. You were always a Saiyan. You could always, by any argument, tap into that power. You just didn't know how. In the Yusuke scenario, it's, I had this power. I know it's there. I just didn't know how to tap into it. And now, everything's come crashing down, and I'm out of options. I have nothing left. I need to do this, and I need to deal with my failures and shortcomings as a response. There was something about it in that was just, it hit so many relatable notes, and it felt like an overcoming, and for me, that is the more iconic power-up in feel. Obviously, I shouldn't take away from the importance of Dragon Ball Z's and also the relation to there. But that's the two major ones that I remember growing up and seeing, and how they differ and how they're similar in a very, very shortly condensed version. Anyways, continuing on to the game so that we are now past any of the spoiler territories. Alright, so I think I want to deal with these guys and then warp.
Damage.
Of course, I haven't seen every anime tournament arc, but that one will be tough to top. Well, yeah, and the as anime as a concept, or even just Eastern, Western media, as more shows that are even not anime start to adapt that storytelling arc style into their own ways. Will he warp?
Targeted. Assaulted.
I guess he's not warping? Anyways, yeah, as more and more shows come out, there's going to be more and more of them, and the idea that you're ever going to see all of them is becoming more and more diminishing.
Targeted. Assault.
Okay, there he goes. Now he warped. There we go.
Nice.
Operational limits reached.
Oh, they're all warping around too. Oh, that's interesting. Alright, so I might actually have to go after these guys over time? I don't fully know.
Let's go.
Damage threshold surpassed.
You're not getting away.
Put Higan up there.
Can you handle this?
Damage threshold surpassed.
I switched from anime to anime. I need to finish Shippuden as well. I started that back in 2018. Yikes. I don't think I ever finished Shippuden either.
You're not getting away.
But my thing about Shippuden is, where the hell are both of them? Both of them up here, really? Alright, there we go.
Damage threshold
We're
surpassed.
slowly starting to deal with the numbers here.
Cash and your life.
You know what? I might have a different thing here to deal with this issue. let's have her sit there. And let's see if I can get some other people to teleport around. Alright, let's see what happens here.
Think about the big picture, meow.
Where are they? Where did they go? Alright, here we go. So from here, let's have both of you. Can't. Alright, well I don't want it to be in 2 different turns, so I'll wait until next turn to do this.
Fire.
I'll take your cash and your
Alright,
life.
now I move them both here and see where that brings them. I want to get them up to where Hegon is, so that she can actually throw them over here, and I can throw up here to deal with the issue.
Damage threshold surpassed.
I'm going to use some ally throwing techniques to deal with this. Because it looks like if I get them to that green, they'll be warping to another green, and all of them are up here. So that's kind of all I need to worry about.
Attacking.
But yeah, as far as why I never finished Shippuden is Naruto as a show unfortunately reached a point of no longer intriguing me. I don't know what to say about it other than that. It's not like the show got bad. It just became something that was no longer super interesting to me. Alright, let's see if that does what I wanted it to do.
Attacking. Targeted.
Sure, everyone's gonna try to hit him. Okay, but it did force him up to here. So there we go. And I think that's gonna be dealing with most of the threats on the board anyways.
Damage threshold surpassed.
There we go. So that was a little bit of a puzzle solving, but I was able to just brute force my way past it. Sorry, had to censor the hell out of that aforementioned site to... Okay, to the point of illegibility. I'm having trouble speaking. I guess your Irish foothills were too sexy for YouTube.
You know you won't win against us. Why are you taking Mugai's side?
Wait! Don't say a word! Mugai saved you from being a freak show and
Hold on. Isn't this Moth guy essentially Jeff Bezos? Wasn't that who this character was? They were running like evil underworld hell Amazon. So he was running Amazon.
After that, he acknowledged you as a warrior.
I'm pretty sure Mothman was like, what was that, like episode 3 or 4 where Jeff Bezos made an appearance?
Not again, Perico. You can't keep blurting out delusions like they're the truth.
No, she hit the nail on the head.
That happened to me with the show Smallville. I just lost interest. Yeah, Smallville was another one that I had that happen to me on, and honestly, it started out on a strong footing too.
That's why I'll perform despicable deeds and even drag every single netherworld into chaos. I'll do anything for him. You dumbass! This is Mugai we're talking about. He's just using you.
Okay, so Mugai is basically just Giga Demon Evil. So what's a good comparison? We could go for like the Hitler thing, but like, I don't know. It's maybe not quite. Let's go with Stalin. Mugai is basically Stalin, and we have Mothman as Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos is essentially just confessing his love and deep adoration to Stalin. This is getting weirdly topical.
But what he did for Tenbuyer sounds just like the old Mugai.
Tenbuyer, are you really sure you want to help Mugai with his plans?
What do you mean by that?
The feelings you just expressed. Wouldn't you consider it empathy that spurs you to repay his kindness? If Mugai gets his way and eradicates all empathy, your feelings won't exist anymore.
Well,
Enough talk! I'm only here to execute Lord Mugai's orders!
I'm going to cut that off there and read the comment because I have a statement to make regarding this. Smallville went on for too long. I always felt like it... Yeah, I always felt like he should have just become Superman way earlier. Again, big agree. There's another show that comes to my mind that I felt like that about too, that I really, really liked. I think the show was called Heroes. It was the one where basically a lot of just average random people started getting superpowers or whatever. That was another one that I really, really liked, and I watched it for a couple of seasons. And eventually it just felt like it ran past its welcome and was just dragging ass now. And even when they brought twists in and tried to change some stuff, it was just like, you're done, you're past, just stop. Stop and end it. End it on a good note, please. But like for several seasons, it was really, really fucking good. And then there was the whole cult thing with the actress who plays Chloe. I had a crush on her when I was watching the show. I don't remember anything about that, so that's outside of my realm of understanding. They just announced a new one coming out, a new Heroes? Or a new show much in this vein, because they announce shows like that all the time, and more often than not, they aren't very good. Unfortunately, I will say a lot of modern TV and shows of that nature, for me, have been very bad. There have been a couple outliers that stand up to some decency, but more often than not right now, it just feels like, I don't know if Hollywood spread too thin, if Hollywood is on fire, I don't know what the issue is, but the stuff has just been mostly bad.
We finally persuaded Celestia to give us permission to make our triumphant return.
Jeff Bezos ex Stalin. Now that's a crack ship, almost on the level of Mordecai and Twilight Sparkle. Hang me up like a piñata and beat me to death. I understand that reference. I guess we can pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars.
Thanks to the key testimony of a certain Shirofune, we were able to get our message across super easily, Mia.
A certain Shirofune?
We brought a platoon of soldiers from Celestia to act as reinforcements. Leave everything.
We've literally brought the forces of heaven to fight alongside you.
Petra! I'm so glad to see you. The Archangel didn't punish you, did she?
I avoided punishment by promising to bring back limited Hinomoto superhero merchandise. I'll also have to atone through good deeds. My first task is to stop Mugai's ambitions. Now that I'm an angel again, I must fight evil for love, justice, and friendship!
All these angels showing up is making my allergies flare up.
We've incapacitated Kurofune and the Shirofunes. They're now in our custody. You guys go on ahead, Meow.
I mean, I can't think of how else to describe this other than this is all building up for this game's, again, Avengers Endgame moment. Yes, a new Heroes, like a new sequel series, or spin-off. I know they did one a couple of years ago called Heroes Reborn, but yes, this is new. Again, I didn't even know they had a spin-off one. I just remembered that I reached an endpoint with Heroes, and it was just like, if it had come to me that it was going to be a thing, I'm not all that certain I would have been interested in watching it anyways, because, again, it had run its course for me. I was done with it.
The execution draws near.
Have you seen that recent voice actor meme with Foghorn? Yes! Yes, I have. With Foghorn Leghorn being inserted into various anime and other media. Yes, I have, and it's hilarious to me because I have probably gone off on similar Foghorn Leghorn like rants myself because it's a very comical thing and I do enjoy that. But also, I have an uncle that is very Foghorn Leghorn like, so again, something about it is just extra humorous to me because of that. Not only just because, again, it's basically just ripping into whatever media he's being put into. Media and or character.
Though we could always accelerate the timetable. What should I do?
Father! Thank goodness you're all right!
Stop, Perico! Something's off.
This disguise was good enough to even fool his own flesh and blood up till now. That's right, it's me, Jodo.
No, not again! Father!
Prilica just can't catch a
Prilica,
break.
Look at Opener's arm. He's wearing a gauntlet similar to the demonic fist that Mugai took the form of. Perhaps it has something to do with that.
So, what I'm hearing is, to save your dad, we have to break his arm.
It's teeming with spiteful souls.
I'm not sure I'm against this idea.
That's right. This gauntlet is my true form. I'm a living infernal treasure as well.
This, like, Jodo garbage-ass person is just... There's too much to him. Just, again, get off screen, man. You're done.
So why'd you make a scene out of telling us your true form if you're just doing what Mugai would do? You're only copying him.
Being compared to the great Lord Mugai is the highest of honors for me. I will buy time until his ambitions are realized when Opener is executed.
You seem pretty confident we won't smash you to pieces and save Opener before then.
I'm possessing Opener right now. Will you truly use your full strength against me? You kind souls are capable of that.
You're wrong! My father will be fine! My demonic bow will be able to heal him, as long as he's less than 66.6% dead.
What? How can you call that fine? He's your father!
Ha! Our attitudes rubbed off on Perico. Sorry, Opener, but we'll do our worst.
I enjoyed it, even the stuff that was a little bit to jump over the shark moment. Like Siler being stuck in Matt's head, and when they brainwashed him to believe he was Nathan. I'm not going to fault anybody for enjoying the show. Again, it just... My personal takeaway was eventually I had reached that point of being done with it. But again, I'm not going to fault anyone for enjoying it. With a lot of these things that have these moments, it's kind of just a matter of personal preference as to whether or not you've reached your threshold or not, and I just had. It's not very often when I criticize something that I necessarily am also criticizing people who enjoy it. I have a lot of heavily contrarian views. I have a lot of what I have been led to believe are incredibly unpopular views and opinions about many things. And,
I don't even need gunpowder!
I'll cut you down!
No entry. Well, okay then.
Let's make some money!
What if I go down this way? Alright, so yeah, I probably just got to deal with all of those. Fair enough. that clears a lot of that up.
I'm gonna do
Anyways,
my
so
worst.
it's a lot of that stuff. It is what it is. I don't fault a lot of people for liking something I don't like. I have a lot of opinions that I have been criticized and belittled for long enough periods of time that at this point I don't give a shit. I'm just not going to lie about what I think about something just to appease the mass-wide audience of something.
So you wanna duel?
I think my most, the statement I've made that I've had the most, I would almost say abuse around, is my displeasure for the direction of recent Legend of Zelda series. Especially with Tears of the Kingdom. When I talked about my issues with Tears of the Kingdom and the circumstances and situation I found myself in regarding the game itself, the acquisition, the experience of, and all that stuff. People defend that game with such incredible fervor and vigor that even just having a differing opinion was like me saying, I don't know, something violently offensive to them as a human being. And it eventually reached the point where I'm just going to say, you know what, fuck it. You're going to have your opinion, I'm going to have mine, and I'm not going to deal with it any more than that.
My apologies.
With as much as they're using Jodo, I hope we get to actually see him. I'm not even sure if he's going to have a real form. At this point, it feels like he's jumping ship so much. It would be like, it's like the Captain Ginyu experience. We all know Captain Ginyu had an original form, but you never get to see it, and you're not made to feel like you missed anything by not seeing it. At least in the context of a first watching of the series. It would be enjoyable to actually see a real form for the character, but at this point it's also just like, I'm not even sure I care enough anymore. I just want to have him dealt with and be gone.
Your rave will go unmarked.
Alright, I think she can hit him from here, but I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, that'll work.
Huh? Here it comes!
Okay, you know what? Let me do it this way instead.
Here it comes!
Let it rip!
There we go. That's a lot better. Alright, slowly dealing a little bit of damage there. And actually, as this continues on, I can actually choose to instead bring Fuji back up. Nah, we'll just deal with them and then do that.
To the death!
This is nothing.
A tragic miscalculation.
I imagine I am...
Here
I thought that was my character fighting my own character there for a second. That, if this isn't the last mission, it's not going to be the last mission, but, I can't imagine there's more than 2 missions after this is where I was trying to take that. Alright, so now I need to break that. Because really that's the goal here, is actually breaking those, not so much dealing with the enemies. Alright, not enough to reach the actual item there, so hit him with another whirlwind kick and just slowly walk my way up there. Let Fuji throw Prilica over this way. Walk Fuji up. Never mind, can't walk Fuji up. Throw him up. There we go. So hopefully after this turn, I will be able to start, yeah, there we go. Again, I don't have to deal with the enemies, I just have to break the geospheres. Okay, what else is going on?
Blah.
Alright.
I'm coming for you now.
I think I can deal with this geosphere now. Get right down there. Use the wave technique. That one's dealt with up there. The other one down there is dealt with. And Prillica can definitely get close enough to hit it with the bow. And actually, I can completely reset Fuji's movement here. There we go. Don't make me sit through all the color changes, really? Alright, I have to head up. My nephew is here, and we're about to eat. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I'll probably be on the Discord later. Well, it was great having you here, Keegs. I hope you have a great one, and hopefully you enjoy dinner with your nephew. Have a good one. Hopefully see you next time, but enjoy your evening all the same. If they did give Jodo a proper form... let me pull this up a little bit clearer. If they did give Jodo a proper form, maybe it's a deer-headed man wearing a diamond-encrusted gold armor drinking a cup of coffee. Also, he's wearing a business suit beneath the armor. Please tell me that that is somehow a reference to something I don't understand, and you're not just, like, screaming for mental help there, Rigid. Anyways, I mentioned before that I had a suspicion that there would be, if we got to see a, nothing, alright, if we got to see an actual form, I wasn't, okay, I wasn't sure what it would be, or if it would even be something,
Attacking!
decent looking. I suspected it would be something more monstrous, and then we got the Jodo infecting the castle, and I felt vindicated. And then they continued down a cycle of repetitious revival. And again, now that they've already like pulled the rug out several times and gave us a grand send-off moment with Ao regarding the defeat of him, it just felt like the point to be done with him, and yet here he is rolling up again. Just to be outed by a standard basic attack.
You really didn't hold back. My apologies, Lord Mugai. Please forgive me for failing miserably when I still haven't repaid my debt to you.
How many people have these supposedly supposed debt to this guy? We still haven't seen the side of him that even promotes him actually being good.
But I happened to gain sentience when I was made.
So it really is just the
circumstances
fist?
were unique, and Lord Mugai treated me as a living creature rather than a tool. That made me very happy. It's often said that all
So yeah, okay, the glove is
no
just
one
his
actually
form?
treats them like living beings.
You're just like Al.
So why did you say such horrible things to Al? Even though you have similar origins, you should know exactly how she feels.
Because he's a bad guy.
I hate to admit it, but I was jealous. Lord Mugai loved her as a blood relative. He never treated me that way. I wanted to be loved too, just as Al was. Everything I did was in pursuit of that goal. Nothing more.
Jodo. I thought you were just a creep, but I guess you had your reasons too.
The coffee and business suit, Joe. Cup of Joe, complete with business suit. The golden armor and deer equals... Can I just say, I am disappointed in myself about the whole golden suit, deer, the golden armor deer doe reference. I'm a Fire Emblem fan. I played 3 houses. I know the whole golden deer household thing. I understand the reference there. I should have been on point with that. And then doe as in money, doe as in female deer. Again, I'm more so on the Fire Emblem. That tells you where my brain's at. But again, average Joe, cup of Joe. I take it back. You had a strong foundation on the thought there. I was just too blinded to have seen any of it. And I apologize.
Al understands how you feel. I love my dad a lot too.
May we
Turns out I am the one with the shaky foundation, although I think we all knew that coming into this. The shaky mental foundation, that is.
No regretting this later. Got it?
You'll forgive me? Thank you so much.
You're all really, truly fools!
A gaggle of idiots!
Yep, saw that coming.
Deathfulness Squad!
We're still not done with this motherfucker.
What the? A bunch of Shirofunes just appeared.
This is the Deathfulness Squad, the Shogunate's most sinister executioners. You can't stop
Again,
all
the
of these
more I
hereditary
get done with this guy, the more
Shirofunes.
it's just, I just want to speed blitz through the mission and just be
Let the
done with him.
execution commence. Begin broadcasting to the whole universe. We'll do away with opener, body and all.
Prilika's need to try and stop and find the good in guys.
I gave you an order. Execute opener now.
Tear him apart, please.
Unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
We get that theme again.
What did you say?
Which, by the way, is an absolute banger of a theme.
Yeah. It's been a while, kid. I went ahead and deactivated all of the death units.
Again?
We had that reference about powerful souls making it to the top.
How did you come back from that?
That's kind of cool.
She used a transportation device to ward me away and make it seem like I died. I've been working undercover ever since.
Hold on, I'm just. All right. If you think back a couple of either missions or episodes, I don't remember if it was 2 episodes ago or last episode or whatever it was, I had referenced to my understanding of that character to what was her name? They just dropped it. They just said her name. Canon Line. When Canon Line was brought up, and I made a point to her actions seemed confusing and clashing because of the actions she took up until then, the sudden shift, and then the backtrack, and there was a whole convoluted mess that felt very not delivered on. And in the moment, I stand by, it felt not delivered on. This being a twist to that layer doesn't necessarily clean it up perfectly, but this makes it a far more easy pill to swallow for the understanding of what they were trying to go for in that moment. It adds a missing piece that really helps round that out and take a lot of the harsh criticism out of that.
I can't believe my mother went to such lengths. Thank you, Mother.
Obviously, there was more to it than that one instance, but there were things in there that felt weird. And this really helped call to like an understanding that there was something weird about the writing to it and say, but there's more here. There's more here at play, and you're seeing it now.
My apologies, Lord Mugai. I cannot live up to your expectations. Please find it in your heart to forgive me.
Alright, so this is the 4th mission, and these usually all have 5. So this is going to be probably dealing with Jodo.
We've crushed all your plans.
You've got nowhere to run now, Mugai.
Are we? I thought it was going to be dealing with him and wrapping up with the introduction of the Mugai fight.
The stream is still broadcasting. I'll trample all of you on camera to show the Netherworlds just how weak compassion is.
You won't succeed. We'll stop your inhumane ambitions before anyone else falls victim to your schemes.
What makes you any different, whelp? Haven't you also overwhelmed others with your own beliefs? Using people as stepping stones for our own ambitions is something we have in common.
Quit acting like you know anything about Perico! You're nothing alike!
It's okay, Fuji. I have never, ever viewed anyone as a stepping stone. I carry the hopes of my mother, and all who fell in battle against you, on my shoulders!
Do you understand the consequences of your words? I know many who were crushed under the weight of the hopes they bore.
Of course I do! Perhaps you're right. Life might be easier if we cast compassion aside. It may be simpler to lie about your feelings and not worry about others. But you only really live if you're true to yourself. You'll laugh.
I can't help but just find it comical how we're this far into the story, we're at the end, and Prilika is still taking the mom role and quite literally wagging her finger at Mugai.
I'll carry fallen hopes on my shoulders. That's my chosen path, the way of Prilika.
She's got her own code of honor now? Always quick to rebrand everything. Still, she has a whole group of friends walking down that foolish path with her.
If they never actually show Jodo, that design I came up with is my new headcanon. Now I hope they don't show him. Don't take that away from him.
Who else but Prilika would trust me? Even when I was getting ready to stab her in the back.
Yeah. Even when it's obvious someone's lying to her, she always gives them the benefit of the doubt and forgives them.
Conviction is what makes you, you. Perilika's words saved me when I was lost.
Grandpa, he really changed Al too. I'm not alone anymore.
Oh.
Mugai, I know it was easy to lose your faith and compassion after losing your wife and being defeated by Opener. But a compassionless person can't connect with others. Where is your path leading? Who's by your side? We used to be friends, disciples under the same master. Brace yourself, Mugai. I'll stop you this time, once and for all!
You're a damn fool, Higan. Don't speak to me like we're family. I despise that bond you fools have forged. I never loathed anything more. I'll do whatever I can to crush it.
It really is a long build-up chapter, but it does feel like it's necessary. We still have not had a lot of Mugai direct interaction in this vein. I will say I am irritated that here we are this far in and still have not been granted an opportunity to understand the past Mugai. This theoretical half-decent guy that just somehow at some point, I guess, existed. That is a lot of defense power. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to deal with it all the way back there, but we're pretty well off on our numbers as well.
Think you can beat me?
Alright, let's get Higan down here.
So you want a duel?
Alright, so lift Higan, throw Higan, lift Fuji, throw Fuji, get a tiny little bit more movement out of everything, and be able to strike Donovan first turn. I'm good with that.
Are you ready?
Oh shit, that's right. It does technically also make people effectively strong enough to hurt me.
Snuff you out. Troops, assemble!
Okay, that's big and that's gonna hurt.
It's go time!
Alright, so off of the back of that though, let me see if maybe I can do something with this. No, wait. Monster Toss Prilica instead. Alright, use some items. The Fairy Dust on Fuji. And now have Fuji man, I guess just kind of move forward. Let's see if I can deal with some of these threats.
I've failed. An obstacle.
That was a surprisingly plain looking move. The special that Mugai just did made me think of Red Magnus from Disgaea 5. I assume you mean the move before the one he literally just did, because I think I'm late to the message, because I could kind of see where you're coming from with the other move.
Launching attack.
The planet blowing up, what I mean. Yeah, again, that's the one I assumed you were referencing.
What? You frightened?
Alright, so all things considered, oh, he is, like, locked in place, though. Alright, so what if, instead... Alright, that will leave him open and available to break that next turn, taking away the ally boost, taking away the defense boost, and leaving everyone open to an even playing field ass whooping.
I'll snuff you out. Troops!
This being the move you were referencing, by the way, I assume.
Obliterate!
Card.
Alright, I'm expecting a little bit of hurt here, but wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I guess how about a little change? Oh, she can't now. What if she hell modes? What happens if she hell modes now? Now she can do shit! Awesome. Okay, well, never mind then. I'll just throw Fuji over here. No, wait, hold on. Back. Can I take it back? No, I cannot take it back. All right, let's try something a little different. This is gonna be dumb, but at least it will be effective in comparison to the fuck up I just had. Alright. That's gonna hit fucking nobody. Alright. No, I think it's better off bringing her up to Mugai and dealing with it here. He'll have a big stat bonus, but I mean, he'll still go down. There we go.
I'll clean up here. Right away.
God, that's so just such a fucking cool move.
Essence of my fear.
That's just such a fucking cool move. And now that should turn everything else blue, and then everything red, and then remove all of the special attributes to it, and do a little extra damage on top of everything. Alright, there we go.
We managed to defeat him, but it's not over yet, is it?
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to deal with whatever that big open gate is, right?
Obviously not. You think that was enough to keep me down?
Look, I was kind of hoping.
Of course he came back to life!
Whether he comes back 100 times or 10,000 times, we'll just keep killing him again.
How many lives does this
Our
motherfucker
energy
have?
is limited. We'll run out of strength before he runs out of lives.
Hey. Mogai's souls haven't diminished at all. This could get ugly quick.
It is weird that, you know, Higan did that special ability that just drained a bunch of lives from him, and he still has so much energy in the tank.
You mean when push comes to shove? Ugh, keep your mush out of this.
Mushindra? Okay, got it.
Nope. Wait, hold on. Maybe back that up.
You can't fight right now. Just stay back.
How's latching onto Mugai?
Ow! You're too weak to fight! What are you?
Wait, something's not right.
What are you doing?
What? Okay, anyways, forget the Dragon Balls. Mugai has Shenron on speed dial. That's what's hanging around his neck. All of those, that's not some sort of prayer bead shit. No, those are just all the Dragon Balls.
A bunch of souls are leaving Mugai's body.
Shenron's just not allowed to clock out yet.
What's going on, C4?
I don't understand how it works. The owl's drawing souls from Mugai's body and taking them in.
She's love sponging him!
I'm glad Grandpa taught me how to control souls.
Give me all the money in your wallet, Grandpa! You did not just slap out.
Incredible owl. Mugai doesn't have any souls left. He's completely empty.
Mugai, this time I'll cut you down for good!
How dare you get in my way, Owl? I'll take you out first!
In your damn dreams! Mugai's coughing up blood? Never mind that. I have
Okay,
to end it
okay.
here.
I assume where they're going. I'm gonna play this out here, okay? His granddaughter just hugged him. With everything going on, he had a brief moment of emotions. And he gave himself the emotion curse thing so that he could force himself out of his emotions. And now it's backpedaling on him. I was gonna make a joke about Mugai getting blankety blank from his granddaughter, but I'd probably be put on a list. I'm assuming, yeah. Let's dial back on that comment, and we'll just go with the whole soul sponging.
May God watch
And
over you.
leave it at that.
Where to, dude?
Also, again, at this point, I do assume this to be the final level. It even looks like a final level. Did you see that map layout?
We're in the depths
It's
of the
just a
Imperial
big
Sanctuary.
field.
Where's Mugai?
I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Someone say something?
You heard it too? So I wasn't hearing things. Someone sounded really sore.
So you can all hear it. That's what awaits all who embrace compassion.
What do you mean by that? What are all these souls?
After Opener defeated me, I was drawn to this place. That's when I learned that empathy brings tragedy. Souls roam endlessly here, clinging to worldly regrets. They are unable to move on to Celestia.
Endlessly? So...
My master, my pupils, they were confined to this domain after suffering despair wrought by compassion. No matter how strong I become, I cannot release them from this torment. That's why I sought to erase all empathy. If I create a world where demons behave as they should, they won't fall to this fate.
Well, that's at least an interesting
Look,
twist.
Something's happening to him.
God damn it, that actually looks cool though.
Friendship, they're all unnecessary. Demons don't need any of that. I'll prove it here. Feast your eyes on my true soul-infused form.
Super deity Mugai.
Super deity Mugai.
So Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
They're wide open.
Fuji, there's supposed to be a mission here.
That's Fuji for you. He went ahead and cut his dad down in the middle of the guy's monologue.
Damn you!
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. With the way that this this franchise tends to do its like expectation subverting moments, I will not kid you. If there is like no, or it's just like a stupidly easy final mission as a result of this, I wouldn't even be mad. If the final mission is just like a cakewalk thing because of the absolute flipping the script of Fuji striking the enemy down while he's powering up, that would actually be a funny end twist to it.
Why are you mad? All I did was interrupt you. I'm just being the evil demon you want me to be.
Passion this, real demon behavior that. You've got no right to make decisions for other people. We can find our own paths without you butting in. Don't force your screwed up ideas on us.
Huh. That's right, Fuji. Being forced to live a certain way is the biggest tragedy of all.
That right there, put that line on repeat for a while.
Says Shosai, the eternal legend. Emotions, Bushido, and the demon way mean nothing to me. That's my truth.
There you go. I just am, and I am grand because of it.
Wrong with demons that aren't demonic and angels that aren't angelic.
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4, Ultimate Jesus, Walker, Omega, EX with extra
I may be a
sprinkles.
stupid, perverted coward, but I don't have to hide the real me. All I can do is live my
You know what,
life my
Rigid?
own way.
Take that shit and deep fry it while you're at it.
Agreed. I believe in my own path as well. I may be an infernal treasure and don't look like I used to, but I'm still me.
I love my dad! I will do anything to make him happy!
Father said that Bushido is about helping others. That's what true warriors do. And that's what I love about Hinamoto.
Love, pain, friendship, and suffering. All of that belongs to us. We won't let you and your selfishness take that away.
It
doesn't matter if we're demons, angels, or warriors. We'll do our worst our way!
Okay, I've got to take a look at his stats. Please tell me it's like weirdly crippled or something. The idea of that would be hilarious. Okay, so he's got an ass load of health. He's got no special effects on the actual field, and no joke, those stats aren't massively impressive. I kind of feel like that's kind of the implication here with everything that's been built up. Everyone's hell meter is just absolutely yanked up to 11. Look at that. They literally just said, have your cakewalk ending.
In the name of the Shosai, I'll give this my all. And away!
Alright, I think if she moves here, she'll still be able to hit him with her special, right? Yes.
This ain't cheap.
Divine Kanzan. There we go. Okay, that's it. The 2 characters here that I've built up so much are just going to end him in one shot. Let's see if that goes. These games open themselves up to be some very unhinged jokes. I'm over here laughing like a hyena on crack. Look, yeah, I'm not even gonna say it. You're right. I still can't get over just how much I actually love the look of this skill.
Essence of my spirit.
It's the fucking time stop that gets me about it.
Anzan Musashi! Prepare yourself! Final cut!
You've grown strong.
I feel like that was meant to be that easy, and again, I kind of stupidly love it for doing that.
I won't accept it. I won't. I won't! This world needs cruelty. Heartlessness. Nothing more!
Is he trying to resurrect himself again? He has to be at his limit already. How stubborn can he be?
Maybe it's not possible to defeat him here. After all, this place is filled with souls.
Perillica, he's targeting you. Get out of the way.
It's okay.
You stupid girl! I'll eliminate you from Hinomoto if it's the last thing I do!
Mogai, you wish to release all these wandering souls from the sanctuary, don't you? I can't help you eliminate compassion, but I'd love to help you save their souls.
Huh? Preposterous! I killed your mother! You must despise me! I know you do! Don't try to hide it!
I do harbor hatred for you, but I respect you. And your love for Hinomoto, too. That's stronger
Perillica's
than
too
my
pure.
hate. I know if you had people who understood you, it'd never have come to this. Please, can we take the right path together now?
Fuyo!
Yeah, one of those moments where he's seeing his wife in the other character here.
Perillica!
Give up, Mugai. We've already lost. Not to our strength, but to Perillica's conviction. But you can rest in peace.
Never underestimate the resiliency of the air-headed. And the rock-headed. so many sparklies.
I can hear a voice. Could it be Father?
I heard it too. I think even the soul in my demonic staff is cheering us on.
All of the souls are crying out. They're telling us to combine our feelings, Fuji.
Fuji.
Hold on, are we doing an actual spirit bomb?
Looks like my mom's soul was the one inside Kanzan Musashi.
Save their souls. Our feet will be very uncomfortable without them.
What's going on? Why are the wandering souls gathering in the demonic sword?
This is how strong emotions can be! Now, Fuji! Pour everyone's feelings into
We are literally doing the Dragon Ball Super Future Trunks Spirit Bomb Sword thing.
Shut down this stupid place!
And weirdly enough, I think they might be doing it better. Although the visuals and theatrics in Dragon Ball Super were top notch.
the demonic sword created.
And I am admittedly biased about, you know, my feelings with Dragon Ball Super.
It's hard to
Definitely
believe how a rift
affecting my
space
opinion
itself.
on that take.
This must be Kanzan Musashi's true power.
No, I think it's because of the Wandering Souls. They lent their hopes to Fuji so he could use their strength.
So, this is it for me. That was a good move, Fuji. Congratulations on killing your own father. It goes to show my ideals weren't wrong.
You idiot. Just die already!
What? You just cut down your arch nemesis. Why is your curse?
Because at the end of the day, he still had to kill his
Don't you
father.
understand, Mugai? Fuji didn't use murderous intent to power the sword. He used compassion for his father. He only wanted to stop your rampage. That strike was his way of caring for you.
Sounds like something out of Gurren Lagann, and of course I say that right as the song ends.
Cut that crap out. No one wants to hear your freaking delusions.
You don't have to be embarrassed. Your suffering now is proof you care.
Shut up!
More importantly, we need to tend to you quickly. Stay still while I treat you.
You still choose empathy, even though you're suffering from my empathy killer curse. That is stupidity at its finest.
Woo! Stupidity winning the day again!
She and Perillica are awfully similar, aren't they?
Vexingly so. How ironic that people who clung on to a path I abandoned thwarted my ambitions. I suppose this is how it ends. Instead of throwing it all away, I'll live with the burden I lost to your strength. Ow.
Also, once again,
I'll
Higan,
release the souls in your body.
once again, undefeated.
I'll feel so light now. Thanks, Grandpa.
In a faraway netherworld, there's an art that permits demons to become weapons and regain their original forms afterward. I drew from that. So if you learn it, perhaps Ao and the other infernal treasures might...
Mugai's vomiting blood too? I'll use my demonic bow.
I'll use my... Quick! Shoot him!
No,
Right in the head!
Perillica. His soul is too far gone to be saved. Mugai, you used the empathy curse on yourself, didn't you?
I need to remember that quote, Rigid. That is an absolute, like, quote of... That is a lifestyle right there. We are strong of heart and dumb of ass. I'm tweeting that one out later. That is that is a goddamn lifestyle.
Enough to make up for all the evil you did.
Don't consider it an attempt at redemption. Shogun Ieyasu, you must denounce my deeds. Change Hinomoto.
That is the kind of quote that if I ever grew a channel large enough to start making merch, that fucking thing is going on a shirt somewhere.
Yasu and I will support you. We'll restore the reputation of the Hinomoto Netherworlds together.
Celestia will help out too. We have to turn the infernal treasures back to their original forms.
I worked so hard, and still compassion survives. How irritating.
I finally understand, Mugai. You cursed yourself because you couldn't get rid of your empathy either, huh?
Who can say? The defeated must exit graciously. There's no need for further explanation. Farewell, my hated and beloved world. May Hinomoto's warriors be honored eternally.
Of course he couldn't leave without acting cool. A self-righteous bastard to the very end. Even though you never managed to get rid of your empathy, we'll carry your burden for you.
I am going to stop the auto play here and progress through as per standard because we are at the wrap-up point. I suspect there's going to be a credit run. As per usual, I will be muting during the credit run and not talking and letting the credits roll for credit where credit is due, as we do around here. If there is dialogue afterwards, I don't want it to run into the autoplay, because I will be sticking around as the credits roll through, and if there is further dialogue afterwards, I will be turning the audio back on and playing that through its completion. But I just want to get that out of there now, while I don't have to cut anything off in the story. God damn, I picked the perfect timing. Holy hell! I'm good. Anyways, sorry if that peaked the mic and blew anyone's eardrums out. Anyways, as per usual, this is around the time that I am going to try and be as fast as I can to mute the audio and jump back in here so we can, as like I said, give credit where credit is due. Come on, go, open back up. Okay, so you should be able to hear my microphone right now, and the audio should be muted for the game because I don't know how it's going to feel about the music going on. I'm going to let the credits run. I have to go take a little bit of a pit stop. I will be right back and see if there is post-game content to quickly wrap up the rest of the story, anything like that. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be right back. One moment. Alright, I do have to say that it's an adorable little end screen there that we got. So, to put my last bit of thoughts,
Hey! Everyone that's watching! Tell your friends, too! This is for all citizens of Hinomoto!
So, apparently, when I tried to mute the game audio, it appears that it never actually muted. Lovely. So, I hope that I don't get flagged by YouTube for letting that play out. It was during the credit roll. If I do, hopefully they will give me the benefit of the opportunity to mute that portion of the game, or to cover it up, or whatever. YouTube, that was unintended. You saw. I tried to mute it, but the intention there was to let the credits play out because a lot of great people worked on this game, and I wanted to try and make sure that they got the showcase at the end here, to which there is a lot more game to be played after the fact. There is a lot of DLC content that I won't be streaming, so if you liked what you watched, if you want to experience this game, I highly recommend it. This was the best Disgaea game for, in my opinion, a good long while. Definitely a highlight of the franchise. It was a lot of good, very enjoyable. As we can see, there is some post-game content here to wrap up on the dialogue. I realized when I went to turn the audio back on that my attempts at muting it didn't pay off. It's no problem, Rigid. It's just sometimes YouTube gets mad at me. We'll see if YouTube gets mad at me over this one. I've got a couple of things they can get mad at me over. This one is at least one that I can acknowledge that, yeah, I should have paid better attention, and we'll see what they do. But anyways, regarding all of that, genuinely, my thoughts I wanna get out here for this game before I let this last bit of scene play out. There is a lot of easy criticism to take at this game just because I think Disgaea as a franchise opens itself up to a lot of that. It's a series that doesn't take itself too seriously, and it really plays off a lot of its great moments for that approach. However, for that very reason, the approach isn't always the greatest form of harsh structured storytelling or anything like that. So when you come into the Disgaea game familiar with what Disgaea has to offer, this game is fantastic. I still don't think I've unlocked all of the classes. I think there's a couple left that I still haven't made characters for. All of which there's a lot more game to be had for me to unlock all of the different iterations of the characters and the classes, and I still haven't seen nearly all of the skills, and like I said, there's a whole slew of DLC content to dive into should you want to. I feel like there's plenty of game here to justify somebody picking up, playing through, and enjoying outside of this little Let's Play that we did, and still getting a full massive content load of the game. You haven't seen very much of my off-screen grinding, to which I don't think I've had a single session sitting down playing this game just for a little bit to get some experience or some money or whatever else I happen to need in the moment. I don't think there was a single point where I sat down to do any of that where I felt it was overly forced. I also don't think that there was any point where I disliked what I was playing getting through it. So I think they did a great job doing a lot of the balancing on that. So with all that said, again, I would say that there's a lot of praise to be had around this game, and most of any criticism that I would lob at it is just purely would be very nitpicky and just kind of, I don't think worth bringing up. If you get into a Disgaea game, you know what you're getting into, and it is Disgaea as a franchise firing on all cylinders.
The long era of chaos is over. A new age begins now.
And to further reference Rigid's perfect statement earlier, is in line with me realizing that I forgot to mute or failed to mute the game audio.
Ieyasu,
Strong of heart, dumb of
C4,
ass.
Higan, and Suisen etched their names in history as the 7 warriors of Hinomoto.
I did the hard part by keeping watch from the Nethership, orchestrating the groundwork, and handling damage control.
Wasn't there also a line at some point about Pichon handling our finances or something like that? I might be misremembering, but I feel like that would have been a fun one to end off at as well, especially with Fuji constantly talking about the finances thing.
Pichon had his fair share of complaints.
Fuji, thank you so much for everything.
That fulfills our contract. I'm pretty glad I don't have to see your face anymore.
Perilika paid Fuji his 100 million hell, as stipulated by his contract, and returned to her hometown. And not long after...
Aw, thanks for coming to Edo Castle for the grand reopening party. I'm really touched.
We are especially thankful to you, C4. We know you must be busy as a Celestial Ambassador.
Of course I'd take time off to see all of you. Celestia-Hinomoto relations are at an all-time high.
The castle's nice and sparkly. It'll make a great target for when they come crashing out of the sky. Right, Dad?
I love that she's still just
No
as
using it
destructive
target
as ever.
practice. I'm serious, Al. I can't handle any more debt.
Are you for real, Fuji? How can you still be in debt?
Probability of Fuji not being able to keep up with Ao's growing destruction bill and Higan's food costs? 98%.
That hurts.
Al's my daughter, so it's whatever. But stop making me foot the bill, Master. You're the one that should be paying for mine.
Are you telling me to get a job? That's not happening. I'll eat a whole week's worth of food at the party, so cut me some slack.
Oh, Egon, please go easy on me.
But you
Oh,
know
I
what?
love it.
It really does feel lonely without Perilika around.
Oh, she's got to be here somewhere.
Yeah. Fuji, aren't you itching to get back to the Nethership too?
Shit, no. I mean, maybe if I get paid, I might consider it.
Please tell me it broke it. Yeah! I saw that coming. It's a damn shame, too. It's a nice looking castle. Higan is one high maintenance wife. Worth! Absolutely worth.
It's gone kaboom!
A probability of a certain someone making an entrance on a battleship like that? 100%.
What's the saying again? Speak of the devil or something?
Sorry! I was so excited about my new ship that I mixed up the gas and brake pedals.
You know what's terrible? My brother actually did that when learning to drive. My mother took my brother in her vehicle to a parking lot at the main store of the area had closed out, and so it was just an empty, vacant parking lot. And she took him there to teach him to drive, and he mixed up the brake and the gas and drove right through a nearby fence line. And the gentleman whose fence he drove through was absolutely just like weirdly understanding about the whole situation. Because it was an all wooden fence, it was actually relatively cheap at the time. Wooden right now is crazy expensive, but was relatively forgiving and understanding, and it was well within reasonable framing to repair the small section that was technically very heavily damaged.
Long see, Fuji. I'm here with a business proposal. You see, I founded the Nether Time Support Force. It's an organization that helps those in need. The first place we're rescuing is Hinamoto. We raced over here to help those who've been turned into infernal treasures.
Hold up. You're not going to ask for my help, are you?
Of course I am.
Even putting the glasses on.
Thunder and lightning will be a force of need.
It's absurd and I love it.
You mean we're like thunder and lightning? You never change, Perlica. I'm not going to help you out of charity, kindness, or the goodness of my heart. I work for money.
I know. That's why I'll only have you take on requests made by me, for me.
Sounds like I can earn a killing from that. I'll fulfill any request you got. Alright. Looks like I've got a new job.
Finally, to pay off the debt I've racked up since the end of the game already. Yo, that's actually a nice piece. That was a fun end card. Also, a good little bit of the ending story wrap up bits there.
Several months after the battle against Mugai,
I kind of figured there would be more. That's why I didn't wrap it up yet.
well under Perilica's direction.
You gotta have the lead into the post game.
Stuffed. Nothing beats Selma after a hard day's work. Let's eat it tomorrow too. Soba, udon. How do you not get sick of eating the same
Look,
thing
when you
every
like
day?
something, you like something.
Yudo's restoration is chugging along, and its old vigor is back again. I even bought some cursed doll cakes recently.
Ah, Yudo's famous traditional cursed doll cakes. Wait, you have over 100 boxes on you.
Suisun, don't complain.
I'm the undefeatable Higan Zeshosai. A mere 100 boxes is barely a snack.
Wasting your money again, huh, Master Moron? I guess you could just build a Shogun. He's sponsoring the Nether Time Support Force.
Hey, I'm monitoring the Nether Time Support Force to prevent wasteful spending. At least try to restrain yourselves.
God, again, these end bits are just a great little further dipping your toe into the characters and the way they interact with each other.
To being the Shogun, 100%.
I can't deny that. I've been so busy since we defeated Mugai. I want to go on adventures with you guys too.
Cheer up. Father was only able to return to the United Netherworlds because of you.
The United Netherworlds protects all Netherworlds. I'm confident they can restore those who become infernal treasures.
But the United Netherworlds people still have their suspicions about us and Opener.
Just like the United Nations, and I have my suspicions about them.
I'm sure they'll come around as long as we continue our work in the Nether Time Support Force. Do one good deed and slay.
It's do one good deed a day. You gotta improve your language skills first.
No. Hold on, Fuji. I rock with that line.
By the way, have you guys seen Al? She should be back from her Grimjufu restoration.
This will be good.
Now that you pointed out, she is late.
And did cause a lot of, yep.
Perhaps it requires more effort to fix?
The news reported this morning that Grimjufu's restoration had been completed.
What? If that's true, then why hasn't Al come home?
Oh no. You think she's lost? Or maybe she's been kidnapped?
Kidnapped? Hey, he's vomiting blood again!
How could my little girl be kidnapped? I'll never forgive. I'll never forgive.
He's coughed up blood before, but I've never seen him look this worried.
He's become such a doting father that he doesn't even need words to activate the curse.
This isn't a laughing matter! His empathy could be fatal!
Please, go and look for out. Look for her right now.
Of course we will. Nethership, prepare for liftoff. Commence the search for Ow.
I mean, at least Ow did her job before she disappeared. Anyways, that is where we're going to wrap it up here. There is some post-game content, obviously, but as I'm not necessarily interested in preventing people from buying and enjoying this game if they are so inclined to, we have made it through the main line of the story. If you want to know what happened with Ow, by all means, check into the game yourself. It was an enjoyable ride. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for stopping in. Rigid, Richard, Dem, Keegs, as per usual, thank you all so much for stopping in. Anyways, we're going to wrap it up here. To anyone who decided to stick through after the fact and made it all the way through to the end here, thank you so much. Please, you know, you hear YouTubers say it. I try to not say it too much, but if you made it here, probably worth a subscribe, maybe. Anyways, thank you so much. Everybody, have a great one, and I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.